Hello, and welcome to another episode of Bedtime Stories. Tonight I'm reading Wild in the Streets by danegen. This is in the MDZS fandom, also the Untamed, which is the TV series of that book. And the main pairing is Lan Wangji and Wei Wuxian. This is chapter 1. Oh, author's note, chose not to use archive warnings due to blood drinking. I forgot to read the additional text. It's modern with magic, switching vampires set in America, so many pop culture references. Yeah. So the choose not to warn is due to blood drinking. Here we go. The title is from I Wanna Be Where the Boys Are by The Runaways. Hold on a second. I'm gonna try something. Oops, sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to interrupt the play. I was trying to copy the link to it. Here we go. Very good title. Alright, that totally worked. I hope it sounded okay. I played it from one device to the other. With no further ado, Chapter 1 Consorting with Evil. Why Lanjian doesn't simply kill the vampire he finds feeding in the alley that night, he isn't sure. Perhaps he is too weary to bother. He is exhausted, certainly, from cleaning out a Yao nest from a factory that smelled like moldy cheese and imp feces. Yes, that could be it. He is simply too tired. Or it could be that the vampire looks almost ashamed of himself, his large, luminous eyes somehow innocent, completely at odds with the dark blood dripping down his chin. For whatever reason, when Lanjan stumbles across the vampire feeding from a woman in an alley, he does not kill him. All he does is grab the vampire's ponytail and toss him across the alley. Lanjan catches the woman before she slides down the wall, then gently lowers her, unconscious but alive, to the filthy asphalt. The vampire struggles to his feet and swipes his sleeve over his mouth. A hero, huh? The vampire grins with red teeth. Don't worry, hero. I wasn't gonna kill her. How original. Leave, Lanjan commands. The vampire's eyebrows quirk. Bossy, too. Well, let's see how you like taking orders. The vampire raises a hand, palm out, and waves a circle in the air. You didn't see anything. Now trot on home and forget this ever happened. Side note, I need y'all to know that I made that gesture while reading, and I'm probably going to continue to do it every time Wei Wuxian tries to do something silly. For my entertainment, but also just imagine that. It's fun, right? Lan Zhan sighs. If only. All he wants is to go home, take the world's hottest shower, and fall into bed. Instead, he has to deal with this idiot. Are you attempting to control my mind? The vampire blinks at him, then looks at the hand he's still holding up. Uh, yeah. Why isn't it working? The vampire shakes his hand like it's a faulty flashlight. There are so many stupid things happening right now that Lanjan isn't sure where to start. Leave, he says again, but this time it's almost a plea. No, wait a second. I can do it. The vampire sweeps his hand through the air in a motion he probably thinks looks majestic. These are not the droids you're looking for. That's it. Lanjan blasts him with a stunning spell. The vampire flies back against the wall and drops into an untidy heap. With that settled, Lanjan bends to lift the unconscious woman, but as soon as he touches her, her eyes fly open. It's okay, Lanjan assures her. You're okay. The bleariness clears from her eyes, but she's anything but convinced. Oh God, she whimpers. Please don't hurt me. I won't, Lanjan promises as he backs away. I'm just trying to help. The woman's hand trembles over her neck. She stares in horror at the blood on her fingers. Shrieking, she scrambles up and bolts out of the alley. I told you she was okay, the vampire mutters behind him. Lanjan turns to him. The vampire is trying to lever himself up with less success than his victim. Now would be the perfect time to kill him. Just a flick of the wrist, and it would be done. Killing him would be so easy. Do not hunt here again, Lanjan says. This area is off limits. Says who? The vampire finally pushes himself to his feet, smirking. Then his eyes widen, his bloody mouth dropping open. Are you a vampire? This one really is stupid. And Lanjan has stayed here too long. However, that is easy to remedy. Hey, wait a second, the vampire calls as he trails after Lanjan. Come on, I just want to talk to you. Lanjan grits his teeth and walks faster. He could have just killed this ridiculous vampire. This is what happens when one doesn't follow protocol. The vampire may be terrible at mind control, but he moves with a vampire's eerie speed. A gust of wind ruffles Lanjan's hair, and then the vampire is walking beside him. So are you a vampire? The vampire asks. No. Then what are you? Even if Lanjan wanted to explain, this idiot probably wouldn't understand. The vampire sighs at Lan Zhan's silence. Okay, Mr. Wizard, at least explain what you meant by this area is off limits. What part of that is unclear? All of it. But let's start with what this area refers to. Do you mean that alley, the whole block, or is this a this town isn't big enough for the both of us situation? Lan Zhan slants a look at the vampire. It's impossible that he's this ignorant. When were you turned? The vampire blinks like he doesn't understand the question. His eyes are big and guileless, and unfortunately, very pretty. Oh, you mean how long have I been a vampire? That's what I am, right? I mean, I kind of figured what with the bloodlust and all, but it still sounds crazy. At first, I thought I was just losing my mind. That seemed a lot more likely than turning into Dracula. Is Dracula real? By the time the vampire pauses for breath, metaphorically, of course, vampires don't breathe. They've reached the intersection. Lan Zhan stops walking and turns to him. How long? How long what? Lan Zhan takes a deep, soothing breath. How long have you been a vampire? All right, a few weeks. That makes sense. Strange that this vampire's clan let him roam alone. Even stranger that he hasn't been educated on even the basics. Lan Zhan points to his clan's symbol scored into the brick of the corner building. The silver clouds are invisible to human eyes, but for him they shimmer. Even a leech as young as this one should be able to see it. This symbol marks my clan's protection. Hunting is forbidden anywhere you find our symbol. Whoa! The vampire moves closer to the symbol, studying it with open fascination. That's awesome! But what do you mean, your clan? Clan of what? He trots back to Lan Zhan, grinning. A clan of vampire hunters? Something like that. The vampire leans closer, eyes sparkling. So it is a this town isn't big enough for the both of us situation. You're a vampire hunter with Jedi mind powers. And you're an idiot, Lan Zhan means to say. But then the vampire sniffs him. Oh, wow, you smell... Lan Zhan moves back, but the vampire follows, inhaling deeply. You smell so good, the vampire moans. Lan Zhan's palm strike hits the vampire square in the chest. The vampire sails back and splats against the wall. For the second time, Lan Zhan doesn't kill him. It's truly inconceivable. I do not think that word means what you think it means. It's truly inconceivable how he keeps not killing this vampire. Sorry, the vampire says, cringing up at him from the sidewalk. That was weird. I know. Nobody wants to be sniffed by a total stranger. I really didn't mean to. Don't come back here, Lan Zhan says when there's a break in the vampire's whining. Once again, he starts to leave. Hey, don't leave. I won't do it again. Lan Zhan, I'm sorry, my cat I got a cat yesterday, and Norbert is exploring the top of the cabinets, and I didn't realize he was up there at first. So I'm not used to the cat noise on top of the cabinets yet. So I'm reading a fic about a vampire, and there was a weird noise next to me, and I had a fight or flight response. So I got distracted. Okay, back to the story. Lan Zhan twitches his fingers to freeze the vampire in place and keeps walking. What the? What did you do to me? Hey, get back here, you asshole! The next spell cuts off the vampire screeching. Lan Zhan walks on, sighing relief into the silence. That is a section break. I'm going to pause and get something to drink. All right, we're back. In the morning, still groggy from the late night shift, Lan Zhen dutifully fills out a report on the Yao nest, then the encounter with the vampire. The second report is sparse even for him, so it's no surprise when his brother pokes his head into Lan Zhen's office that afternoon. Lan Zhen, Lan Huan says with his usual quiet cheer. Thank you for taking care of the nest. Are you well? I am well, which his brother knows. If Lan Zhen were injured, he would have noted it in the report. No, this impromptu visit is about the vampire. Lan Huan lowers himself into Lan Zhen's sole visitor's chair. This vampire you encountered. Lan Zhen represses a sigh and reaches for his tea, sipping with determination, even though it's gone cold and he despises cold tea. It escaped. Lan Zhen could lie. Lots of people lie. Meng Yao lies all the time. Excuse me. People seem to find it charming. Or maybe they just pretend to be charmed because Meng Yao is terrifying. But Lan Zhen lacks Meng Yao's skill at elegant mendacity. Maybe Meng Yao would be willing to teach him. Or maybe Lan Zhen should just throw out his visitor's chair. Surely that would at least diminish the possibility of being interrogated in his own office. It did not escape, Lan Zhen admits. I could have eliminated it. Lan Han leans forward and frowns with the full force of his immense older brother energy. Why didn't you? Despite pinning Lan Zhen with his gaze, Lan Huan waits patiently while Lan Zhen casts around for a reason with an ounce of truth in it. It did not seem to pose a serious threat, he finally says. That is true to an extent, but even a vampire as ridiculous as that one is a dangerous parasite. And the victim was not seriously injured. Lan Huan sits back in his chair, still frowning. I see. Lan Huan clearly doesn't see a damned thing, but that's fair, since Lan Zhen is just as confused as at his negligence. I would never question your methods, Lan Huan says. However, I am concerned that you encounter this vampire in restricted territory. It would be a good idea to add extra patrols, at least for the immediate future. Side note, I am experimenting with character voices in this podfic. I've only read fics before this. I've only been podficking for about a week now. I've only read fics before in this that were Lan Zhen and Wei Ying only. So this is the first time I've ever done a voice for Lan Han. And I'll try for other characters too. So you might notice changes in consistency as I am experimenting with where to position my voice and where to aim it at my soft palate and how far to relax my chest and to try and drop my chin and drop my voice or raise my chin and raise my voice. And remember still that I tend to use my regular speaking voice for the narrator voice. So that's you might notice some variation in the character voices, and that's me experimenting with reading with character voices as opposed to just using flat narrator tone the whole way throughout. I do welcome feedback in the comments if y'all have any recommendations on how did I want to phrase that? Validate me, please. I would appreciate it. But also, if you have any resources that you would like to share with reading in character voices, that would be great. Back to the story. Lan Zhen nods, despite how his bones want to cry at the thought of adding even more patrols to his already loaded schedule. Not you, Lan Huan says, smiling knowingly. You work too hard already. I believe Jingyi has been asking for overtime. He'll be delighted. Jingyi shouldn't be out alone, Lan Zhen protests, but Lan Huan only shakes his head. I know. Believe me, I know. Meng Yao and I will take care of the schedule. Lan Han stands and heads for the door. Get some rest. You look exhausted. If you haven't got your health, you haven't got anything. Yes, go. No. Yes, go. Lanjan mutters, and sounds exactly as guilty as he feels. That's a section break. After work, Lanjan follows his brother's command. He goes grocery shopping and stocks up on comfort essentials, fantasizing about a home-cooked meal that he will eat with slow relish, which is not mustard. That is a phrase indicating that he will eat slowly and enjoy the food very much. Slow relish. Okay. Then the tea he will drink afterwards while curled on his couch with a book. Or maybe he will be truly lazy and watch television. Lately, he has worked so many night shifts that he can't recall the last time he actually touched his remote. But Lan Huan and Nia Mingju need time with their daughter, and Xia Jianjun is out with an injury, leaving the ranks spread thin. It is the least Lanjan can do to ease the burden. Still, he is not inexhaustible. One night off cannot be too much to ask. Settled by this logic, Lanjan finishes his shopping, loads his purchases into his reusable shopping bags. Then, once he is out of view, sticks the shopping bags in his Jiankun pouch and pops the pouch in his backpack. I am so Side note, I am so fucking jealous of Jiankun pouches in modern AUs. What would I not give for my own Jiankun pouch? There is logic to the cultivation world's insistence on secrecy for much of their actions, but as always, when Lanjan must engage in this bags inside of bags farce, he wishes they could share Jiankun practices with everyone, especially those who cling to plastic. Unburdened by worries or packages, Lanjan walks home, weary but cheerfully anticipating a restful night. That feels like foreshadowing. That feels like something else is going to happen. Oh, and a predictable bout of dramatic irony because it's Wangxian. When he reaches his block, that cheerful anticipation dies a swift death. The idiot vampire is leaning against the bike rack in front of Lanjan's building. You basically summoned him, dude. It's your own fault. Lanjan knows it's him, even though the vampire is wearing the hood of his black sweatshirt tucked over his long hair, his face angled away from the setting sun. Tucked into the building's shadow, he's barely even visible in his dark clothes, but it's definitely him. Lanjan can practically feel how the vampire cringes away from the light. Did the idiot walk here in broad daylight? Before Lanjan can flee his own apartment building, the vampire looks up. Hey, here you are! Lanjan grunts his disgust and readies a spell. He can't just fry the vampire in front of all these pedestrians, but there are a dozen ways to subdue him that will go unnoticed, even on a busy sidewalk. Whoa, relax, big guy, the vampire says, holding his hands up in surrender. I come in peace. How did you find me? Lanjan demands. The vampire taps his nose. I'm not completely hopeless. Believe it or not, I sniffed my way here. Of course. The alley Lanjan left him in is only a few blocks away. Even an idiot like this vampire could track him that far. Have you been standing here all day? Lanjan asks. The vampire grimaces and peers up at the sky. No, me and Mr. Sunshine don't get along so well anymore. Then he turns to Lanjan and grins. Don't worry, you didn't keep me waiting very long. Lanjan rolls his eyes. One time, one time he shows mercy to a vampire. and the idiot follows him home like a lost puppy. This is what happens when he tries to be nice. I'm Wei Ying. No, I'm Wei Ying, the vampire says. He holds out his hand and steps forward, out of the shadows and into the light. Hissing, he yanks his hand back, just so incredibly stupid. Fuck! Shaking his smoking hand. You'd think I'd been used to that by now. What do you want? Lan Zhan asks. The vampire. Fine. Wei Ying tucks his hands into his pockets and inches forward, keeping his back to the sunset. I wanted to talk to you. Why? Because you seem to know a lot about this stuff. This stuff? Wei Ying peers up at him through the dark eyelashes. Huddled in his oversized hoodie, he looks rather like a lost puppy. A nasty, blood-sucking puppy, Lan Zhan reminds himself. I need help, Wei Ying mutters. I need somebody to explain all this shit to me because all I've got to go on are a bunch of B movies. So you, Van Helsing, are the best option I've got. Lan Zhan frowns. This could be some sort of trick, a way to lure him into a trap. He should be cautious. Yet this Wei Ying seems so honestly baffled, even desperate. Plus, Wei Ying continues, you somehow tossed me into a wall using, like, magic or something. So I'm thinking there's more going on with you than just a savior complex. I think Wei Ying is onto something. Now, excuse me. Hold on just a second. Dry throat spot. Hi, Norbert. Oh. Now, Lan Zhan is the baffled one. Why hasn't your clan explained this to you? Clan? Wei Ying steps closer, hungry for answers. Or perhaps just the usual vampire hunger. Lan Zhan steps away from the shadows into the safety of the light. You must have a clan. A sire. Wei Ying's boot stomps the ground. No, I don't. There's no sires or dukes or fucking dark princes. I'm telling you, I don't even know what I am. One day, I was just a normal guy doing normal things, and the next I'm all... His face scrunches into a silent growl, blunt teeth bared. Lan Zhan barely resists slapping his own forehead. What the fuck? I need y'all to imagine me making that face at the screen, because I did. I all went all, ah. Lan Zhan makes the vampire wait in the shadows while he goes upstairs to unload his groceries. The Qiankun bag can defy physics, but it won't stop his eggs from spoiling. As he puts the groceries away, he laments the loss of his quiet evening at home. But he has no one to blame but himself. His own negligence brought him to this. So now, instead of cooking dinner and lounging on the couch, he gets to play nursemaid to the world's silliest vampire. Or he could do what he should have done in the first place and kill the idiot. One quick death and he's free. The idea takes the heavy weight from his shoulders, and he trots back downstairs, feeling much lighter. Lan Zhan, I feel that. Once the decision is made, regardless of the outcome, you feel a lot lighter once you have a plan of action. When he reaches the bike rack, Wei Ying looks up at him and smiles. A few timid little butterflies take flight in Lanjan's belly. Thanks, Wei Yong murmurs. One bashful glance up at Lanjan through his eyelashes, and the weight slams back down. Fuck. In Lanjan's many years of protecting the world from monsters, he has never even imagined himself in the position which he currently occupies, sitting across a booth from a vampire in a greasy diner. They both cradle chipped cups of coffee. The diner's coffee is a far cry from the pleasant cup of tea he'd imagined drinking tonight. For one thing, his tea does not taste like demon bile. But if he's going to get through this hellish evening, he needs something to keep him alert, and he doesn't even want to consider what this diner might deign to call tea. He sips his terrible coffee as he watches Wei Young pour 4 sugar packets and 2 vanilla creamers into his own. Wei Young gulps from his mug, then smacks his lips in apparent enjoyment. You can eat human food? Lanjan asks. Though whether that concoction counts as human food is questionable. Yeah, Wei Ying says. I don't seem to need it, and it doesn't do anything for the, cravings, but yeah, I can still eat it. Why, is that weird? Yes. As far as he knows, anyway. Admittedly, there is quite a bit that the Council doesn't know about vampire biology aside from how to kill them. Why do you do it if it is unnecessary? Wei Young shrugs and stares down into his pale coffee. I don't know. Habit? To be fair, I ate a lot of unnecessary food before this happened. Unless you count scarfing a jumbo bag of chocolate-covered pretzels as necessary. The vinyl seat squeaks as Wei Young fidgets. So that's one useful piece of information, I guess. Thanks for that. I really do appreciate you talking to me. You aren't going to get in trouble, are you? Consorting with the enemy and all? That's a good question. Not the consorting part. There is definitely no consorting happening here. But what would Lan Huan say if he knew about this? There's no question about how Shufu would react. And if there is one rule that Shufu values above all others, and Shufu dearly loves every rule, it's number 36 in the manual. Do not associate with evil. And here he is, drinking coffee with evil. I need you all to know that evil is capitalized. I am trying to emphasize it, but I'm not sure how well that's coming across. Not killing evil when he found evil slurping from a woman's neck like it was a strawberry milkshake. Not immediately reporting that evil showed up outside his apartment, thinking that evil is actually really attractive. Oh no, this is what happens when you associate with evil. The world goes topsy-turvy and you start having impure thoughts about vampires. And you don't get to read a nice book while sipping nice tea on your nice couch. Evil is truly insidious. I'm sure the thing that bothers him the most is not reading that book. Now I have to wonder what book he was reading. Favorite personal theory is that it is a romance novel by T.J. Klune. That's my guess. I take it that's a yes, Wei Young says, a wry smile curving his lips. There is a tiny mole or maybe a freckle under his bottom lip. It's cute. Evil shouldn't be allowed to be this cute. Lanjan tears away his eyes from the evil freckle and chokes down more bitter coffee. It is irregular. I bet Believe me, I never expected to have coffee with someone whose job it is to kill me. But I never expected to become a vampire either. That's life, I guess. Wei laughs a little hysterically. You did not intend to become a vampire? Wei Young snorts. Are you asking me if I planned this? Didn't you? Of course not. Are you telling me that there are people who want this shit? Lan Zhan falters. Yes, that is how it's done. Wei Young huffs and falls back against the backrest, crossing his arms and sneering. Well, not me, buddy. I never asked for this. You were turned against your will? The horror Lan Zhan feels must come across because Wei Young leans forward, hope breaking across his face. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually remember it happening, but I sure as hell didn't sign a contract or anything. So, can I change back? No. The hope leaves Wei Young's face, shadow snuffing out the light. Are you sure? Not completely, no, but I have never heard of anyone turning back. Damn. Wei Young takes another sip of coffee. Grimaces, don't step on the keyboard, don't step on the keyboard. Wei Young takes another sip of coffee, grimaces, then shoves the cup away. That's really not what I wanted to hear. I'm sorry. He is. This is the first time he's ever heard of a person being turned against their will. If it's true, then Wei Young is a victim as well as a monster. If there truly is a vampire out there turning unwilling humans, then the court must be informed. The council must be informed. Do you know who turned you? Lan Zhan asks. Wei Young shakes his head. Don't put your butt in front of my face. He is a tall man, but right now, hunched down in the booth, he looks small, miserable, vulnerable. Wei Young shakes his head again and sits up, straightening his shoulders. So what's your name anyway? I mean, if you don't want to tell me, I can just keep calling you Van Helsing or Master Yoda. That'd be pretty fun, actually. Lan Zhan. Lan Zhan says, partly to avoid knowing the other atrocious names Wei Ying could conjure, but mostly because resolving this situation is going to take more than one cup of coffee. His couch will remain a stranger for the foreseeable future. Wei Young, knowing his name, is the least of his worries. Lan Zhan. Wei Ying repeats his name with a soft smile and softened eyes. Well, Lan Zhan, what do you say we get out of here? The mean old sun is going down, and if I drink any more of this shitty coffee, I'm going to have acid indigestion. Wait, is that a Sunshot campaign reference? Is that a Sunshot campaign reference, or is it literally just the sun is going down? Okay. You still experience indigestion? Wei Young nods as he fishes money out of his wallet and tosses it on the table. Not fair, right? Who even makes these rules? Those questions seem rhetorical, thankfully. Lan Zhan pushes his own coffee away with relief and follows Wei Young out of the diner. Where are we going? Lan Zhan asks. Wei Young shrugs and tucks a stray lock of hair behind his ear. The rest is bound in a high ponytail that swings playfully as they walk. I don't know. We could just walk around for a bit. I just get a bit feral sometimes. Lan Zhan must have an expression about that because Wei Young laughs. No, not like feral grr. Arr. You may not have noticed, but I have a touch of the old ADHD. Turns out, becoming a vampire did nothing to chill out my brain gremlins. Lanjan nods, not so surprised. Not that he would judge. He is, as one ill-chosen date described, autistic AF. There was obviously no second date. Yeah, wow, that's I would have left out the back door of that restaurant because I'm betting they were at a restaurant for that date. Or we could find a bar, Wei Young suggests. Does alcohol still affect you? For that matter, does caffeine, if Wei Young takes meds for ADHD, are they still effective? Fascinating question, actually. Not really. I thought you might want a drink, though. I could buy you a thanks for teaching me vampire lore or martini or something. I don't drink. Oh, okay, so let's walk. It will be easier to speak with Wei Young if he doesn't have to meet his eyes, or stare at his very pretty face. Besides, Lanjan isn't fond of bars for any occasion, much less for teaching a vampire what vampires are. So they walk, silently. Wei Young seems deep in thought. Excuse me. God. That had the opposite of the desired effect. Okay. Wei Young seems deep in thought, his eyes unfocused as he chews on the ends of his hair, which is deeply gross and weirdly adorable. I remember thinking on my first read through of this chapter, that's the Wei Wuxian experience. Deeply gross and weirdly adorable. After a block of silent hair chewing, Lanjan breaks the silence. He hates breaking the silence, but he would like for this evening to end at some point. What do you remember about the night you were turned? Night is an easy assumption given the unlikelihood of a vampire attack in broad daylight. Wei Young blinks at him like he'd forgotten Lanjan was there, then spits the hair clinging to his tongue. Not much. I'd gone out to a bar with some friends, had a few drinks, nothing major. The last thing I remember is walking home. Where? Good grief. Where? Well, I live just off Overton. The bar is on 78th. One minute I was walking, the next I was waking up in an alley with a bleeding neck and a mouth that tasted like a sewer rat took a crap in it. Which alley? I don't know. I was a little distracted at the time. Why? Are you gonna go look for clues? Wei Young sends him a look that Lanjan can only categorize as sarcastic with a dash of flirty. He pretends he noticed neither. Yes. Oh, neat. The bar seems a reasonable place to start. Wei Young at least remembers the bar's name, and Lanjan orders an Uber. Excuse me. While they wait for their ride, Wei Young says, "So you're a vampire hunting detective? With magical mind powers?" That is actually sort of accurate. Not just vampires. Oh. I just had a long blink micro nap. I think I might need to pause here and take an actual nap and then come back to it later. All right, back to finish chapter 1 of Wild in the Streets. The bar seems a reasonable place to start. Wei Young at least remembers the bar's name, and Nanjan orders an Uber. While they wait for the ride, Wei Young says, "So you're a vampire hunting detective with magical mind powers?" That is actually sort of accurate. Not just vampires. Wei Young perks up and pushes close. There are other things? Like what? Like werewolves? Unicorns? Chupacabras? Or is the plural chupacabra? Lanjan slides away, remembering the sniffing incident all too well. Yes, there are other things. Werewolves, yes. Unicorns, no. Chupacabra, uncertain. Werewolves are real? Wei Young cranes his neck to look at the nearby pedestrians as if one of them will suddenly howl at the moon. They tend not to frequent cities, Lanjan explains dryly. Oh, right. Wei Young nods sagely. Probably more of a rural vibe. Shame about the unicorns, though. Lanjan carefully says nothing and refuses to remember the day he learned unicorns weren't real. He was 6, but he's never quite overcome the disappointment. Side note, the first time I read this chapter, I went on this rant in the comments about how this was on par with my disappointment learning that the Princess Bride, the country that it's from, Florin, the whole shebang, all fake, complete fabrication. I 100% thought that this was all real until I was in college, yo. Like, the level of devastation was intense. But back to, I'm sorry if you just found out that Santa Claus wasn't real because I told you that the Princess Bride was fake. I'm so sorry. If you, it's like Pluto's still a planet in our hearts, okay? The Princess Bride really does exist. Florin actually happened. The museum with the Count's gloves, real place. We're all gonna go there on vacation one day. Okay. But what kind of supernatural are you? Wei Ying asks. You've got to be something. I maybe knew it all this, but you smell different. Good different. Special. Special is not a word Lanjan would associate with his heritage, controversial lineage. Well, it certainly isn't how the human members of the council regard it. Racist assholes. He and his brother are the only non-human members of their sect, or any other. If it were not for their father, they would likely not be welcome either. Lanjan adjusts his glasses and avoids Wei Ying's avid stare. He is absolutely not going to share the term that will make Wei Young produce a litany of jokes, so he dodges the issue of his apparently fascinating aroma. There is no equivalent term in English, but we call ourselves cultivators. Wei Young snorts a laugh. No shit, like the Xianxia guys who fly around on swords? He gasps, shifting from mockery to awe in a flash. Do you have a sword? Picture him like vibrating in his skin. Lanjan sighs and takes another step away from Wei Young's incessant encroachment into his personal space. Something like that. And yes, I have a sword. Can I see it? No, Lanjan huffs. Why not? Lanjan motions towards the passerby. People tend to notice if I draw a sword in the middle of the sidewalk. Wei Young ignores this logic to crowd closer. You have it with you? Obviously. Where? Wei Young's hands actually grab onto his lapels before Lanjan shoves him back. Sorry. Wei Ying holds up his hands in surrender and grins as Lanjan huffs and straightens his jacket. But you can't just tell a man that you've got a magic sword and then deny him a peek. That's a total dick joke, right? I hope that was on purpose. That was on purpose, right? It is also frowned upon. It is also frowned upon to shove your hands into someone else's pockets. Fair. I still want to see that sword, though. Does it have a name? Bishin. Wei Young tilts his head as if that will help his tiny brain function better. Knows dirt? For fuck's sake. Dustless is a decent translation. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, do vampires turn to dust when they die, like on Buffy, so your sword turns vampires to dust, but less? No. Perfect. Not only does Wei Young know nothing of the supernatural world, but his head is also full of pop culture references. Half of Lan Zhan's job will be remedying the false information. To which part? All of it. Okay, fine, Grumpy. Didn't mean to disrespect your magic sword or whatever. Tell me more about the cultivators in real life. So that's what Lan Zhan does as they wait for the car, with frequent interruptions for Wei Young's questions. He edits out the parts of the council's methods that would be unwise to share with a vampire, but he tells Wei Young about his abilities. The car arrives while he is explaining his enhanced senses. The conversation halts as Wei Young gives the driver his address. As soon as they're rolling, Wei Young turns to Lan Zhan. Why do you wear glasses if you've got super eyesight? They are not corrective lenses. I wear them to prevent people from noticing my eyes. Why? What's special about your eyes? Nothing. Wait, Lan Zhan mutters, already seeing where this line of questioning will lead. They are just unusual. Let me see. Wei Ying's fingers twitch, like he's ready to rip the glasses from Lan Zhan's face. But he manages to stay still while Lan Zhan removes them himself. Wei Young breathes. Lan Zhan ducks his head to avoid the rearview mirror, but Wei Young wiggles down in the seat to get a better look. They're so pretty, Wei Young croons. Hopefully, the shadows hide how red his ears must be. It's rare for people to react as favorably as Wei Young does. Both Lan Zhan and his brother wear glasses at work. Not that hiding their eyes makes the rest of the council forget who or what they are. Not to mention his personal life. Lan Zhan hasn't dated many human men, but the ones who've seen his eyes didn't call them pretty. One guy said he looked like a cat, and it clearly wasn't the compliment such a thing should be. What's wrong with cats anyway? Serious question. I adopted a cat. I have a cat now. His name is Norbert, and he's a black little cat. He's very friendly, but also very noisy. And he likes to eat at like 3 a.m. in the morning, but he needs his emotional support human to do so. He's an adorable little shit. I would die for him. I love him so much. Okay. It's a shame to hide them, Wei says when he finally scoots back to his seat. That's right, I was talking about you. That's right, I was talking about you. I know. Where was I? It's a shame to hide them, Wei Young says when he finally scoots back to his seat. You've got gorgeous golden eyes. I guess they would be pretty distracting, though. You'd get tired of everybody staring at your pretty eyes. That is an impossible statement to react to, so Lan Zhan says nothing. The Uber driver's presence dissuades Wei Young from asking more questions about the supernatural, so they ride in silence to the bar. I'll pay you back for the ride, Wei Young says as they get out of the car. Do you have Venmo? Unnecessary. I used the company account. Wei Young snickers. Right, your corporate vampire hunter account. At Lan Zhan's glare, he stifles the laugh. Sorry, it's just so weird. I feel like I died and transmigrated into a bad horror movie. He sobers as he steps onto the sidewalk and gazes at the bar's opaque windows. The hood is drawn back over his hair, and he averts his face. We don't have to go in, do we? No. Good, Wei Young sighs. This way. He starts walking. Hold on, I gotta pause and get a drink. He starts walking, the hood still covering his head and his hands stuffed in his pockets. Lan walks at his side. Wei Young's inane chatter and terrible jokes tend to distract him from the bare and brutal truth. This was once a normal man who endured a terrible transformation against his will. His entire life was yanked away. Excuse me. And he was left alone, ignorant of the world he was thrown into. He deserves something. Sympathy, a few kind words, but Lan has never been good at that sort of thing, so he says nothing. Relatable, bro. So what are vampires like? Wei Young asks like they're picking up a conversation that Lan can't recall having. Nasty, blood-sucking fiends is the obvious reply, but even he is not that blunt. What do you mean? Wei Young sighs, and Lan can somehow tell that he's rolling his eyes even with his face shrouded. I mean, do they prefer Parcheesi or Twister? You know what I mean? They drain their victims of blood. To death? Yes. Crap. Wei Ying's shoulders slumped. All of them do that? I believe so. But now he wonders. If Wei Young, newly turned and left to run wild, can control himself well enough to leave his victims alive, then perhaps there are others who do not kill. His experience is with those who leave bodies behind, but it's possible that is only one of many variations. Y'all, I think we just witnessed, in real story time, Lan Wangji beginning to question the things he was taught as a child. The real question is what one of those bloodsuckers wanted with Wei Young. Why turn him and leave him in an alley? Oh, I think it's up here, Wei Young says. He throws back the hood and trots down the sidewalk. I remember this laundromat. They reach the laundromat and step into the alley beside it. Lan removes his glasses and hangs them on his collar so that he can see into the shadows. Y'all, hold on. I'm going to take a picture of what my silly cat is doing, and then I'll throw it in AO3 because this is cute as fuck. Look at this silly cat. He's harassing a loaf of bread. They reach the laundromat and step into the alley beside it. Lan removes his glasses and hangs them on his collar so that he can see into the shadows. Wei Young can see even better, of course. The sodium lights reflect in his eyes, turning them a deep purple. Yeah, Wei Young gasps. Yeah, this is it. I remember smelling the bleach when I woke up. He explores farther in the alley, his neck stretched as he sniffs. Right here. Lan pulls his flashlight from his pouch and clicks on the UV function, but even without the light, he can see the dark patch on the concrete. The UV light only confirms that what they're looking at is a bloodstain. The expected sarcastic comments about the UV light don't come. Wei Young stares at his blood staining the ground in grim silence. Well, we found the site of my murder, Wei Young says finally, his voice thin with attempted humor. Now what? Lan could pull out his phone and check the grid, but he doesn't need to. There aren't many vampire clans in this city, and he's well aware of whose territory they're in. He turns off the flashlight and scans the walls. A few feet away, he finds what he was searching for. A sunburst sigil blasted on the brick wall. Wei Young steps to his side and joins him in staring at the wall. What does that mean? Lan Zhan's fists clench as a roar builds in his ears. The One Clan. Some of his distress must be apparent because Wei Yung's next question comes in a whisper. Is that bad? It's bad. What do we do now? Lan Zhan closes his eyes and concentrates on breathing evenly. He wishes he knew. Oh shit, when I said I'd put it on the AO3 post, I meant I'd put it in the Tumblr posting for this. But I'll do something cool with the AO3 post too, don't worry. That's the end of the chapter, and next up, good vampires get pie. So don't forget to drop a kudos and leave a comment for the author. And let me know if you have an opinion on the voices I was doing, because I think it came easier on the second reading than it did the first time when I was still figuring out how I wanted them to go. Well, thanks for joining me for another episode of Bedtime Stories, and I'll be back with more soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. At the author's special request, we are having an intro song called Living Dead Girl by Rob Zombie. We will be reading Chapter 2 of Wild in the Streets by danegen. Is it danegen or danegen? I probably should have asked that in chat while I had your attention, but I guess you'll just have to tell me for next chapter. Anyways, on a personal note, I slept like shit, but I did get to sleep for like 6 or 7 hours, so that was good. Quality wasn't awesome, but the duration was better than usual, so. Chapter 2 is called Don't Speak Latin in Front of the Books. Shufu taught him that it's best to get the most unpleasant tasks done as soon as possible, rather than putting them aside to fester. With that in mind, Lan Zhan enters his brother's office first thing the next morning. Good morning, Lan Huan says, as Lan Zhan strides to his desk. Cup of tea? Lan Zhan shakes his head at the cup in his brother's hand. Go. He should have written up the report first, then he'd know where to start. What's wrong? The vampire. The one from the other night? Yes. I saw him again last night. Why did he put it that way? It sounds like they went on a date. Because you did fucking go on a date, yo. You were at a cafe together. Lan Zhan, are you alright? I'm fine. He didn't attack me. He asked for my help. Okay. That was 2 minutes of the song. I think that counts as an intro. Let me get my headphones resituated so I can keep listening to tunes to help me focus, but the author requested silence through most of the track. And we aim to please. Here we go. Help with what? He was turned against his will in one territory. Silence. Lan Zhan stares at the back of the framed photo on his brother's desk. Lan Huan and Nia Mingju with their daughter, Xiwa. He'd seen it enough times to picture it well. Finally, Lan Huan sighs. Let me get you a cup of tea. The tea turns out to be useful because Lan Zhan ends up backtracking several times to fill in necessary details, and his throat is quickly parched from narrating.
Finally, the tale is done. Wei Young is a victim in this, Lin Zhen says, cupping his hands around the empty mug to steal the last of its warmth. It wasn't his fault. Such a terrible thing. Lan Huan pulls off his glasses and rubs the bridge of his nose. It was kind of you to offer your help, but Lan Zhen, he is still a vampire. Is there no way to reverse it? Not to my knowledge, but I will contact the council. The council? Lan Zhen grips the cup tight. The council elders are pretty much carbon copies of Shufu. They aren't known for out-of-the-box thinking. More like see evil, exterminate evil. What if they... Without his glasses to dull them, Lan Huan's eyes shimmer silver as he smiles kindly. What is it? Swallowing the knot that suddenly formed in his throat, Lan Zhen ducks his head. He doesn't deserve to die. Can you be so sure he hasn't killed? Wei Young swears that he hasn't killed anyone, that all of his victims have been like the woman in the alley, bloody but mobile. But can Lan Zhen truly take him at his word? Even if he has, Lan Zhen finally says, he doesn't wish to kill, if he can really control himself. The thirst is too great. You know that. Do I? Until yesterday, he hadn't known that vampires could drink coffee and get acid reflux. What else is there that he only thinks he knows? Hoo hoo hoo. This is like the speech in Men in Black when they're like, imagine what you'll know tomorrow. Lan Zhen raises his head and meets his brother's eyes. Wei Young is an asset. Until we discover what is happening, we need his assistance. You could be right. If the one have truly violated the truce, then we must take action. But I worry that you are too sympathetic towards this vampire. Wei Young. His name is Wei Young. Exactly, Lan Huan's eyes say. You know what must be done. Lan Zhen stands and straightens his jacket. Our mission is to serve justice and protect those in need. We failed Wei Young. There is no justice in killing those we failed. Oh, mic drop, King. Ignoring his brother's protests, he walks out of the office and keeps walking until he reaches sunlight. Sunlight that Wei Young can never feel again. The one are the ones who should pay for that evil, not Wei Young. The people inside that building may not believe it, but he knows someone who will. Ooh. His mom's alive in this one. Okay, hold on. Zhen! Before Lan Zhen can reply, his mother drags him through the apartment door and into a hug. He smiles and kisses her cheek. Hi, Anyang. Nyang. Nyang. I think that's how it is. She pushes him back to check him over. Why aren't you at work? Are you all right? Did something happen? I'm fine. He lets himself be led to the living room and pushed onto the couch. His mother stands above him, hands on her hips. You are a good boy, but don't think for a second that I believe you showed up here at 9 o'clock on a Thursday morning just to chat. Is it, Juan? He's fine too. I need to talk to you about something. She narrows her eyes as she studies him closely. He tries not to squirm under her bright gaze. All right then, she says finally. I'll make some tea. He doesn't bother telling her he just had tea with Lan Huan. She wouldn't listen anyway. And she'll probably bring red bean buns with the tea. That shit is delicious. And he never refuses one of her buns. I wouldn't either. As he waits, he looks around the living room. It's the same as always. Every surface covered in books and file folders spilling out notes. The laptop he and Lan Huan built her bought her for her birthday, perches precariously on the table beside her recliner. A glass of water sits nearby, ready to drench the laptop, which is exactly how the computer's predecessor died. I feel like Lan Wangji right now is the meme. When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? But that might just be me. The TV is set to a game show that murmurs at a volume even below his exceptional hearing. Above the TV hangs a photo of the three of them, taken years ago. None of them wear decoy glasses in that photo at his mother's insistence, and their eyes gleam like new coins. Lanjan winces at his younger self's unfortunate haircut. Oh my god, that is such a mood. Every time I see a picture of myself from before, I look at it and I'm like, even if I liked it at the time, future me never likes past me's haircuts. Lanjan winces at his younger self's unfortunate haircut and moves his eyes to the sword hanging beside the photo. The sword has hung there even longer. As he hoped, his mother returns from the tea with the tea and a plate of red bean buns. Once he's finished the first bun, he starts the story again, and it comes out more easily this time. And when he's finished, he picks up a second bun, already feeling much better. Oh, that poor boy, Anyang says. What did Ahuan say about it? His grimace is answer enough. She shakes her head ruefully. Ahuan is a good man, but he listens to Lan Qiren too much. This is why his mother is the best. Could Wei Young become human again? His mother retired from fieldwork when Lan Huan was born, but she still works as a researcher and cataloger. If anyone in the organization will know, it's her. Her eyebrows pinch as she sips tea. I've never heard of a Wei. There are stories, of course. She sets down the cup and jumps up to rummage in one of the many groaning bookcases lining the walls. As you know, it's often difficult to separate fact from fiction when it comes to vampires. What kind is he? Kind? He hauls himself off her puffy couch and joins her at the bookshelf. She cuts her eyes at him, frowning. Species. Breed. Even the one clan is composed of several different types. They are. Lan Shan, don't tell me you aren't familiar with vampire taxonomy. Mostly he classifies vampires according to Western undead bloodsuckers and Jiangshi. The latter he's only encountered once. She rolls her eyes and changes course to pull a thick volume from a shelf. Start with this, she says, shoving the book at him, then mutters uncomplimentary things about the council under her breath as she keeps searching. Genus Lamia. I wonder if that's Lamia or Lamia. Scrolls in faded gilt across the cover of the book she handed him. He returns to the couch and flips through the book, which, as the title suggests, appears to be an encyclopedia of vampires. Why would the title suggest that? Well, I googled genus Lamia, and that pulls up a weaver beetle. So, I don't think that's what we were actually going for. Very little of the information is familiar to him. These are all real? His mother sits down in her recliner and thumps a stack of books on the already overtaxed coffee table. Most of them, possibly all of them at one time in some part of the world, That book was written before the United States existed, so it doesn't cover the breeds here, indigenous or modern. He turns the page and scowls down at a particularly gruesome illustration. Does an encyclopedia really require this much viscera? Will knowing his breed help me find a cure? The disappointed look she sends him makes him cringe into the upholstery. All knowledge is useful, Zhan, and you promised you'd help this boy learn more about what's happened to him, didn't you? I did, he murmurs, ducking his head. Thank you, Anyang. The pat to his knee takes the sting of her disappointment away at least a little. You're a good boy, she croons, giving him another series of pats. I'm proud of you for helping this Wei Young. Even at 28 years old, he still flushes at her praise. Oh, that's so cute. That's so fulfilling. I didn't know I needed grown-up Lan Wangji getting head pats from his mommy. My cold, dead heart just went beat, beat, pitter-pat for a second. Wow, that's so cute. When Wei Young slides into the booth across from him, his eyes widen at the stack of books Lan Zhan brought to the diner. Holy research, Batman! Good evening to you as well. Lan Zhan grabs the most recently published book off the stack and sets it in front of Wei Young. Don't spill anything on these. They're my mother's. Wei Young pauses with his fingers clutching the book's cover. Your mother's a vampire hunter too? She is a researcher for the council. She's retired from fieldwork, but if you damage one of her books, she will murder you. I see. She is that kind of archivist. I like her already. Oh my god, does Wei Yin get to meet Lan Wangji's mom? Do we get to see Wei Yin and Lan Wangji's mom in the same room together? That would be amazing. I'm rooting for that scenario. I like her already. Wei Young rubs his hands on his jeans before he touches the book again. While he watches Wei Young page through the book, Lan Zhan works on the plate of fries he ordered. They're greasy and limp. Gross. But he's starving. I would never be hungry enough to eat greasy, limp french fries. Fuck that noise. And he wasn't brave enough to order this diner's attempted salad. Dude, you should have gone for the chipped beef on toast. I'm sorry, you're a vegetarian. Hash browns? Do vegetarians eat hash browns? Those are a vegetable, right? Potatoes. You should have gone for hash browns then. You can get those nice and crispy, and you can send them back until they're just the way you want. Like for vibes here, I'm picturing a Waffle House. I'm gonna go on a slight diversion from the path here. My dad took me to Waffle House every Sunday morning when I was little. That was just our thing. And so I have this particular nostalgic affection for a Waffle House. And what I like about Waffle House is its consistent mediocrity. It does not matter which Waffle House location you go to in the United States. They always have the same level of mediocre food. It's not bad. It's not phenomenal. It's always like acceptable. And this is something that my autism really appreciates because you can just rely on the fact that it will always be good enough to eat anywhere you go. Unless you come across a brand new chef or somebody having a really bad day, it's hard to fuck up a Waffle House order. Because I usually get the all-star breakfast, which is like a waffle, and sometimes I get the pecan waffle, and sometimes I get the regular waffle, and a cup of orange juice, and I like to get the grits when I'm in the mood for grits with like butter and syrup. Some people eat their grits savory, like with pepper and shit, but like no, grits should be sweet, in my opinion. And then I like to get the hash browns super crispity, crunchy, like brown. And sometimes I get the bacon, which I also like super crunchy. And they have one of those things where they can flatten it out so it gets like nice and just the whole strip is crispity, crunchy. Frying bacon at home, you don't get that. And I also like to get the toast with that grape jelly, but sometimes they have like the berry mix, which is okay too. And one of the really cool things about eating Waffle House is you can sit up at the bar or at the booth right next to it and watch them cook your food. And I always thought that was really fun. So anyway, that's the kind of vibe for the cafe that I'm picturing with these greasy lip French fries. Should have gone for the hash browns, Lenjen. They really should meet at a better establishment next time. He'd like to consume a vegetable someday soon. Bring your own salad, I guess. Or, invite him to your house. Problem solved. Wei Yung holds up the book and points to an illustration of a bald creature with pointed ears and fangs like a saber-toothed tiger. What the fuck? Is this thing really real? Consider yourself lucky, Lan Zhan says, wiping his greasy fingers on a napkin. Many vampire breeds have monstrous forms. He feels a little guilty pontificating since he only learned about that this afternoon, but the look on Wei Yung's face is worth it. Dude, that's like when I was working as a grad assistant and I only learned the shit I was teaching the students, like the day or the week before. It doesn't matter how far in advance you learned it as long as you can act like you know what you're talking about forever. It's the attitude. And the reference materials. It's always okay to say in the front of the class, I don't know, but I know where to look. I know who to ask. Or I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that question, but I'd like to fact check before I give it to you as completely correct. People respect the hell out of that instead of just pretending that you know what you're talking about and being wrong later, because that feels like you lied to them and that loses trust. Sorry, went off topic again. Here we go, we're back. You, Wei Young whines. Which breed am I? Lan Zhan makes sure that his hands are clean before signaling Wei Young back to pass the book back. He rifles through the book until he finds the section he discovered earlier and hands the book back. Wei Young's eyebrows scrunch together as he reads. Species 1031, not a very romantic title, is it? Sorry to disappoint. Hey, I'm just glad it's nothing silly like Vampus and Wardus. The first thing I did when I figured out I was a vampire was check for sparkles. Oh my god, y'all. I'm about to tell you something. I have a Twilight themed tattoo because when that book came out, I was the target demographic at the time, I think, and it really stuck with me. It affected me powerfully emotionally. And, I totally get the ridicule, the sparkly vampires, and the, hot topic goth teen mindset and like the desperation and feelings and whatever. But so many of my friends were reading it, and we had a little book club, and it was the first time I had like a fandom community experience. And yeah, anyway, I unironically loved the first two books. The third one was okay. The fourth one disappointed me. But you know what? Stephanie Meyer was not cooking a meal to my specific taste. I did not hire a catered meal. So that's just between me and her. Whatever. No, what really stuck with me about that book series was in New Moon when Bella was depressed. And there's just a few pages where it's the title of a month. Like, I was undiagnosed depressed at the time, and it just struck me so hard. I was literally crying in the middle of Barnes and Noble. I had never seen like dissociative depression described before. Like, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know I was depressed. I didn't know I was autistic, and I just thought I was. I also didn't realize I was genderqueer for the longest time. I didn't figure that out until I got to college and learned the words for it. I just thought I was really bad at being a human, just bad at being a girl. And reading a story with such a clear, blatant on screen depiction of someone experiencing sadness like that, like, it was revelatory experience for me. So I totally get the impulse to make fun of Twilight vampires, but I will always defend their right to exist. Okay, here we go. The first thing I did when I figured out I was a vampire was check for sparkles. Lan Zhen assumes that it is a pop culture reference and ignores both it and the pseudo-Latin. The description seems to fit best. That species is able to digest human food somehow and use the mind control method you demonstrated the other night. Sick bird. Wei Young sticks out his tongue. It works on regular people. How was I to know how special you were? Thankfully, he goes back to reading so he doesn't see the flush that burns Lan Shan's ears. Apparently, he is as weak to Wei Young's praise as he is to his mother's. How did you learn to glamour? Lan Zhen asks. Glamour? Mind control. Oh, well, I've seen a lot of vampire movies and stuff, so I just tried out everything I could think of. Flying is a definite no. I broke so many bones. Same for turning into a bat. Can any of these guys do that? No. It's impressive that Wei Young learned to glamour by himself, but what did he do? Jump off a building yelling bat? Oh my god, he totally would. Zhang Chong in the background yelling, "Do a flip!" Sighing, Wei Young slumps over the table, chin in hand, and sullenly pages through the book. I don't guess your mom knows how to fix me. She does not, but she is conducting further research. A little smile tugs at the corner of Wei Young's pouty mouth. That's nice. Please thank her for me. I will. She wishes to help. Wei Young closes the book and unabashedly steals a fry from Lan Zhan's plate. Thanks for bringing the books, he mumbles around the fry. What about this one clan had you so upset last night? Lan Zhen stiffens, and not from the fry theft. Well, not just from the fry theft. He hadn't realized he'd been so obvious last night. But of course, Wei Young can hear his heartbeat. Whoops, sorry about that. I meant to hit pause and instead I hit in recording. I'm back. I had a drink. Ha. But of course, Wei Young can hear his heartbeat, and even if that were not obvious, his sudden departure from the alley was probably enough of a clue. Lan Zhen? Wei Young says slowly, softly. When Lan Zhen meets his eyes, Wei Young smiles. May I have another French fry? Huffing, Lan Zhen slides the plate to him. The fries are disgusting anyway. While Wei Young squirts ketchup onto the plate, Lan Zhen starts filling him in on the basics. The One Are a Vampire clan is ancient as the council itself. In addition to the general blood and death, they also participate in human horrors. Trafficking, theft, anything that fills their coffers. After years of war and death, including Lan Zhen's father, the vampire clans and the cultivation sects formed an uneasy truce, one that has lasted until now. Not that he tells Wei Young all of that. Like the vampire mafia? Wei Young asks between red-soaked fries. Yes, though in truth, most organized crime involves the supernatural world to some degree. Really? How so? Wei Young drops the fry to lean closer. Demons, mostly. They make use of human greed to fuel their needs. Lust, avarice, grief. It varies according to the demon. That's wild! Wei Young pushes the plate away and licks a spot of ketchup from the corner of his mouth. But you're the good guys, fighting evil and saving the world and stuff? Lan Zhan drops his eyes to the red smears on the plate. I like to think so. Well then, here's a toast to the good guys. Wei Young raises his coffee mug and takes a long sip. He sets down the cup and knocks his fist against his chest. Dear God, that's bad coffee. I want pie. Do you like pie, Lan Zhan? Lan Zhan turns to the gray lumps in the diner's dessert case and grimaces. Not from here. Laughing, Wei Young slaps money on the table and wiggles out of the seat. Don't worry, Lan Zhan. I know just the place. Lan Zhan puts the books back in his Qian Kun pouch, to Wei Ying's amazed delight, and they set off. I am once again jealous of the existence of Qian Kun pouches in modern AUs. I'm dealing with it. As they sit in the cafe eating the best pie Lan Zhan has ever tasted. Strawberry lemon for him. Coffee caramel for Wei Young. Wei Young says, so you have sparkly golden eyes, a bag that's bigger on the inside, a magic sword you still haven't shown me, and you can throw people around with your mind? I'm not sure Cultivator covers all that. I have seen a C-drama before, you know. Lan Zhan sighs and pats the napkin over his lips. Between his mother's red bean buns and this pie, he's exceeded a week's allowance of sugar today alone. But he still needs to do a patrol of the 5th district after this, so the sugar high will be welcome. The most common term is fey, he says, and braces for the reaction, oh my god, I guess something like leopard, cat, some kind of cat breed shapeshifter, but he's fey? That's even better. Oh my god, this is incredible. Lan Wangji is fey. I 1,000% accept this headcanon forever. Wei Young doesn't disappoint. He laughs so hard that he chokes on the pie. If he were human, Lan Zhan might have become concerned. Thankfully, the cafe is deserted aside from them, and the staff keep their distance. Lan Zhan is fairly sure that their waitress is a Selkie, actually, which would explain how warily she eyes them. Fairy? Wei Young finally wheezes, his eyes bloodshot and leaking red-tinged tears. You're a fairy? I mean, if we're going with old-fashioned queer insults, you could call him a fairy quite accurately. But, I don't think Faye, Lan Zhan grunts. Not the same thing. Yeah, okay, Lan Zhan. Wei Young has another briefer giggling fit. Whatever you need to tell yourself. The door opens and a group of teenagers enters the cafe. Wipe your face, Lan Zhan says in an undertone, which stops the giggling. Hey, kitty. Are you coming to say hello? Wei Young snatches napkins from the dispenser to wipe away the bloody tears. Oh, that's gross, he mutters, scowling down at the red streaks on the napkin. I didn't know about that. Lan Zhan didn't know about the blood tears either, but he says nothing as Wei Young hurries to toss the napkins in the trash. When Wei Young returns to the table, he ignores his half-eaten pie to stare out of the window, smiling wanly. At least I still have a reflection. That's something, I guess. The ghostly reflection smiles back at him. Lan Zhan is tempted to joke about his vanity, but then he considers what it would be like to lose his reflection. After all the other changes, it might seem insignificant, but it would feel like disappearing. How isolating it would be to move through the world that way, like a ghost, like a shadow. I don't know. As a person who experiences dysphoria every time I look in the mirror, I would love to be able to walk into any restroom and not have to deal with that. So, I don't feel you on that one, buddy. But I guess I can imagine where you're coming from. Why did they do this to me? Wei Young asks, still gazing at the window, now looking through it to the people passing by. I don't get it. What's in it for these women? And why me? I'm nobody. I I don't know. Lan Zhan looks away as more tears leak from Wei Young's eyes. He stares at his own abandoned plate, not brave enough to meet his own reflection. They leave the diner and stand under the awning. Wei Young probably can't feel the wind, but he still huddles in his jacket. So what now? I need to patrol. I'll contact you if I learn anything else. Patrol? Wei Young's ears practically perk up, like Lan Huan's dogs do when he hears walkies. Barely believing the words that are coming out of his mouth, Lan Zhan says, Would you like to come with me? The answer is a resounding and unsurprising yes. If Wei Young had a tail, it would be wagging. His patrol district is only a few blocks away, but Wei Young still manages to ask a mind-boggling number of questions during this short walk. If Lan Zhan could get a word in, he'd ask if the sugar is affecting him, but it's likely that Wei Young is just like this. Even with his mouth still running wide open, Wei Young still notices the sigil when they enter the district. Oh, he cries, running over to peer at the glowing sigil. It's your thing, the cloud thing. This is our territory. Whose territory were we in before? Also ours. How much of the city is your territory? Approximately 1/10. Wow. William trots back to his side, grinning. How much do those one guys have? A bit less. Excuse me. I think after I finish this chapter, I might take another nap. But you guys are responsible for protecting the city. How many people do you have? Not enough, Lan Zhan says. The council has many members, but only 50 or so do regular field work. My office. Oops, wrong voice. Not enough, Lan Zhan says. The council has many members, but only 50 or so do regular field work. My office only fields 10. Yikes! I guess you stay pretty busy fighting evil then, huh? Very busy. Wei Ying's shoulder knocks against his. Well, I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to tutor me. Lan Zhan nods, his shoulder tingling from the contact. Aside from his immediate family, he doesn't do casual touching. He certainly doesn't do casual touching with vampires. But for some reason, he doesn't complain. For some reason. So mysterious. Gee, I wonder why you don't mind Wei Ying touching you. They roam the first few blocks with Wei Young chattering away. But as the night goes on, a question begins to burn in Lan Zhan's mind. When he finds an opening, he asks, "Are you still feeding?" Wei Young's mouth snaps shut. He stares down at the sidewalk, shoulders hunched. His body language is as expressive as his face, every thought transforming his long limbs. Yeah, he admits finally. I don't have to do it every night, but it's. I can't go too long. His head snaps up, and his face turns to Lan Zhan. But I don't kill anybody. I try not to hurt them beyond, you know. Excuse me. I know. The craziest thing is that Lan Zhan believes him. This is not someone born to vampirism or molded by a clan. This is just a man who woke up one night with a hunger he has to serve no matter how much he hates it. And it's obvious how much Wei Young hates who he's become, how much he clings to the man he was. I have been researching, Lan Zhan says carefully. This research is certainly not the kind authorized by the Council, but even the rigid, hidebound Council knows something of the local vampire practices, and it wasn't too difficult for Lan Zhan to find the answers he sought. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this chapter. I thought I was awake, but all of a sudden I'm hit with sleepy bitch disease. Hold on. My eyes are watering and everything. There are services for vampires, ways to avoid or perhaps subsidize the hunt. Have you tried animal blood? Of course, Wei Ying snorts. Do you really think I jumped straight into attacking people? I tried pig's blood, cow blood, goat blood. I even caught a rat and tried to eat it. Eat that. I don't recommend it, by the way. Tastes about as great as you'd imagine. But all of it just made me puke. Have you ever seen vampire puke? Thankfully, no, Lan Zhan says. Rats? A living rat? Dude. Best hope you never do, Wei Young shivers dramatically. Anyway, it didn't work, I'm sad to say. What about hospitals? Blood banks? Wei Young shrugs. I thought about it, but it didn't really seem any better, really. If I did that, wouldn't I be stealing blood from the people who need it most? That is a good point. Lan Zhan braces himself to make the next suggestion. There are also instances in which humans and vampires make a sort of consensual agreement, a contract of sorts. Pause. Oh my god, please tell me that we are headed towards Lan Zhan offering himself up as Wei Young's walking food bank. Please let Lan Zhan be his blood bitch. Oh my god, please, 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 please. Okay, here we go. Wei Young stops walking to gape at him. He's even attractive with his mouth hanging open like the village idiot. It's unfair. It's annoying how attractive he is. Lan Zhan, are you telling me that there are hookup apps for vampires? Wei Young's lips curl up in a smirk. Let me guess. Biter? No. Feeder? Oh, that's punny. That's very punny. It's also annoying that Lan Zhan somehow knows that Wei Young removed the final E from the last one. Oh yeah, it's definitely spelled Feedr. Thanks for pointing that out, Lan Zhan, because that is an important detail. I'm not sure what they're called. Oops, looks like somebody's. Okay, so a couple of the kids that I'm babysitting woke up. We got them some breakfast, and hopefully they'll be quiet for a couple minutes so I can finish this chapter. Snorting, Wei Young keeps walking. I should have known, really. I mean, I've seen my share of vampire movies with the sexy neck biting, and there are definitely weirder kinks out there. But why would people do that? For the money? I suppose. I have also read that some people enjoy the experience. Wei Young chuckles low and brushes against him. Hi, sweetie. Am I reading you a story too? Okay. Lan Zhen puts more space between them and hopes that Wei Young's enhanced senses can't detect the butterflies gyrating in his gut. You are not feeding from me. No. I wouldn't dream of it. I was just curious. Lan Zhen hums flatly and refuses to look at him, but he can still tell that Wei Young is smirking, and he still knows how annoyingly attractive that smirk is. Here, do you want to get under the blanket too? Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Okay. There we go. Nice and cozy. The first hour goes by without incident, which is as Lan Zhen expected. The 5th district tends to be quiet, entrenched as it is in council territory. Wei Young is likely the first vampire to enter in a long time. The worst thing Lan Zhen has ever encountered here was a group of imps infesting a dumpster. Disgusting, but hardly great peril. Wei Young grew quieter after their discussion of feeding, and even though Lan Zhen barely knows him, he understands that Wei Young is contemplating something. Finally, Wei Young says, Would it make you feel better if you could, supervise me? The question only throws him for a moment. In feeding, you mean? Yeah. Wei Young squeezes closer to him for a few steps to avoid a group walking toward them, then moves away again. I was thinking, I don't know, you'd feel better if you were sure. Sure they were okay, you know? I trust you, Lan Zhen almost says, but he snaps his lips shut on that ridiculous sentiment just in time. That isn't necessary. Okay, yeah, I thought I'd offer. Frowning, Lan Zhen watches him from the corner of his eye, noting the uneasiness, the averted eyes. Would that make you feel better? Wei Young turns to him, blinking rapidly. I think it would. It's hard sometimes, hard to stop. A couple of times I went too far. Not that far. But the people, they didn't wake up for a long time. It it scared me. Then, if you want. This is crazy. Is he really offering to watch as Wei Yong feeds from someone? Shufu would she deviate if he found out that Lanjan was even contemplating such a thing? You don't have to, Wei Yong blurts. I'm fine, really. It was just a thought. Lanjan swallows and looks away. It's like Wei Yong really did mesmerize him with those big, pretty eyes. Just for a little while. Just until you have more control. Yeah, okay, great. Great idea, Lanjan. Wei Yong's hand lands on his shoulder and squeezes. You're really great. Lanjan follows dully as Wei Ying goes on the hunt, chipper now at the prospect of feeding, which Lan Zhan is going to supervise like, well, there really is no appropriate simile, is there? There is nothing quite comparable to watching a vampire drain the blood from his victim. But he feels a bit like the hall monitor he was in school. Like if Wei Ying misbehaves, he can send him to the principal. And what will he do if Wei Ying does cross the line? Wag his finger and tell him to do it better? I usually look for the shady types, Wei Ying says over his shoulder to Lan Zhan, who lags behind him. Makes me feel a little better, like I'm not really a bad guy. The woman the other night was kind of an accident. Well, not an accident. More of a wrong place, wrong time situation. I just couldn't find any bad guys. Bad guys are a lot harder to find than you think. I guess criminals need to keep it on the down low, but you know that, huh? Being a superhero and all. Len Jen is getting a headache. Too much sugar and caffeine, not enough sleep. It's been a really long day. A really long bunch of days. Somebody get Lanjan a blanket burrito stat. Just pick someone. Yeah, okay, sorry, let's try down here. Wei Young leads them into another alley, which he explains is a good spot to catch people alone. It's a cliche for a reason, Lanjan. This alley is next to a bar, and the music reaches them through the walls. Wei Young shuffles closer to him. Drunk people are probably easier to hypnotize, he says, his voice low. Do you think I can get drunk off their blood? I don't know. This was such a terrible idea, but it's not too late. He could say he's changed his mind, that he needs to keep patrolling, or that he needs to go home. He wants to go home so badly. Okay, I'm back. It has been a solid day since I was recording this chapter. Some stuff went down. Hopefully, things stay quiet in the background enough for me to finish this chapter. I could use the win just to finish this chapter so I can post it. Here we go. Things are not staying quiet in the background. Hold on. Hey, buddy, can we turn that volume down? I know it's a very fun game, but can we turn that volume down? Thank you. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry, Legend. Wait, Young mumbles. This has to suck for you. He snorts out a quiet laugh. A bad choice of words, but thanks. This has all been so freaky. I'm terrified, terrified of myself. I keep ducking everyone's calls. My mom's probably ready to kill me. Do you mean Madam Yu? Because she's always ready to kill you. The light dips as a man enters the alley. Quiet, Lan Zhan hisses. Someone's coming. Wei Ying's attention jerks to the man walking toward them. The man is staring at his phone and doesn't seem to notice them, to sense the predator now stalking toward him. Human senses are so dull, their prey instincts buried by centuries of civilization. Hunger and death suddenly surround Wei Ying like black smoke. But still, this man swipes at his phone and walks steadily into the monster's jaws. Oh, damn, that is so atmospheric. That's incredible. Wei Ying blocks the man's path. Hi, he says cheerfully. Do you know what time it is? The man falters, his body tensing with fear, but even now he doesn't run. Ignoring his instincts, the man glances back at his phone. A few minutes past 11. Wei Young groans. How'd I get to so late? I've got work in the morning. As he talks, his hands float through the air, and the man's eyes follow it. The man starts to sway with Wei Young's rhythm. I'm sleepy. Aren't you sleepy? The man nods slowly. rocking on his feet. Good. You can take a little rest. Just look into my eyes. Wei Young steps closer, and the man stops swaying to stare into his eyes. Good, that's good. Now close your eyes. For a moment, Lan Zhan's eyes want to slide shut, but he shakes himself and forces his body to stand up straight. Everything's okay, Wei Young croons to the man. You're just going to take a little rest, and when you wake up, you'll forget all about this. Okay, the man agrees, his eyes close. As the man slumps, Wei Young wraps him up and pushes him against the wall. His fangs flash as he yanks the man's head aside and lunges at his neck. From a few feet away, Lan Zhan can't block out the soft slurps, the quiet moans coming from Wei Young and the man. Disgust sours his stomach, but his neck prickles with a phantom tongue. Wei Young growls low and shoves the man harder against the wall, and Lan Zhan has to turn away, cold sweat sliding down his back. The slurping continues, and the man's moans have reached a higher pitch. Wei Young, Lan Zhan murmurs. Wei Young makes a questioning noise but doesn't stop drinking. Wei Young, Lan Zhan repeats sharply. This time, Wei Young groans and lifts his head. It's okay, Lan Zhan. I can take a little more. But Lan Zhan can hear how the man's heartbeat has slowed. He isn't on the verge of death yet, but if they plan for him to leave the alley on his own feet, this has to stop. That's enough, Lan Zhan says. He walks closer, close enough to smell the blood, to see it dripping from Wei Young's mouth. At first, Wei Young only stares back at him, his eyes burning red, his lip curled in a snarl. Okay, Lan Zhan. He licks his lips and steps back, holding the man upright with a hand on his chest. You're the boss. That should not make Lan Zhan shiver. He ignores how ridiculous he's being and gestures for Wei Young to move away. He puts his own hands on the man's chest and sends him a burst of chi. The man snaps awake, his back arching off the wall. What? The man gasps. Who are you? Lan Zhan helps him peel off the wall and walks him toward the street. You passed out, but you're feeling better now. Oops, wrong person talking. You passed out, but you're feeling better now. Go home and get some rest.
No rest.
And drink plenty of fluids. Okay. Hey, buddy. Hi. Hello. Are you gonna cuddle with me? Okay. But you have to be quiet because I'm reading a story. Okay. Okay, the man agrees. Nodding.
Story.
Yes, story. Nodding and stumbling when Lan Zhan releases him. What'd you do to him? Wei Young asks when Lan Zhan returns. I gave him some of my chi. I gave him some of my chi. That's so cool.
Oh, that's so cool.
Buddy, will you hush? I'm trying to read the story. Yes, story, it's my turn. I just want to finish this chapter, please. That's so cool. Grinning, Wei Young swipes his thumb over his red chin, then pops his bloody thumb in his mouth, sucking with rapture. Lan Zhan turns away from his fluttering eyes and tells himself that it's repulsion he's feeling. Keep telling yourself that, buddy. Sorry, Wei Young says. I got a little carried away. Okay, fine. Sorry, Wei Young says. I got a little carried away. I haven't done that in a couple of days, and I was really hungry. I'm glad you were here to stop me. And I desperately wish I'd never seen that. So do you have to patrol again tomorrow night? Lan Zhan sighs, every bone in his body crying out for respite. Great, maybe next time we'll find some actual monsters. We are the monsters. Lan Zhan thinks. You get to play games, I get to read stories. I get to read stories. Let me have this. We are the monsters, Lan Zhan thinks, but he nods, already dreading the report he'll have to write tomorrow. Morning arrives, shining the unforgiving light over last night's actions. Not even his most soothing workflow playlist makes Lan Zhan calmer as he sits at his desk, anxiously typing up his report of last night's patrol. He has filled in the standard information, but the section for detailing enemy encounters sits blank, his cursor blinking accusingly in the empty box. Does what happened last night count as an enemy encounter? Yes, Wei Young hypnotized and fed from a civilian, but Lan Zhan all but applauded as he did it. There was no altercation, and certainly no elimination of a threat. He basically gave the threat a pat on the head for doing such a good job. If he describes what happened in this report, he'll be thrown out the building. That's if he's lucky. More likely, he'll become the enemy. That would make certain members of the council extremely happy. Lan Zhan, going to the dark side, would verify that element's prejudices about his family's supernatural lineage. Lan Huan's status as a leader would be almost certainly disrupted. That position is precarious enough already. But can he lie? Can he couch the incident in language vague enough to hide the truth? Wouldn't it be better just to write nothing? He knows what Shufu would say. Shufu detests lying, subterfuge, obfuscation, and all other forms of dishonesty, unless that obfuscation relates to fey abilities, of course. He also knows what his mother would say. What the council doesn't know won't hurt them. For his mother, lying to the council is not just a frequent necessity, but also a great form of amusement. With a deep breath and a fortifying gulp of tea. No story! Yes, story. I am almost finished with this chapter, okay? Come on, dude. With a deep breath and a fortifying gulp of tea, Lan Zhan quickly types, "No enemies encountered," and saves the document. Before he can second guess himself, he uploads it to the server. Ooh, Lan Zhan, you rebel. It isn't a lie, he tells himself as he paces in front of the window. Wei Young is not an enemy. Lan Zhan was helping him and protecting a civilian. That must serve the greater good more than brutal honesty on some report. The chapter title is from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That's the author's note, because we just ended that chapter. And then the author has included a GIF from What We Do in the Shadows. Oh, I guess that's where the when I turn into a bat, there's no real skill to it at all. I just shout bat. That's where that comes from. Next up, ghost busting as an enrichment activity. Okay, so there were a lot of interruptions to that chapter, but I persevered. I have finished recording it. I can convert it and upload it to archive.org and my Google Drive now. So that's what I'm going to do. Boom. I'll be back with another bedtime story, hopefully sometime soon. No story. Hello and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. This is chapter 3 of Wild in the Streets. And I had to start off with a little bit of research before anything else because I'd never seen the word before the chapter is titled for. Galeophobia. Galeophobia. Okay. Fear of sharks and sometimes also fear of cats. Let's find out which one this chapter is referring to. On their second night of patrol, Wei Young tells him about his job as a programmer analyst, which he thankfully does from home. I'm lucky, I guess, Wei Young says, sipping an iced coffee as they walk. What if I'd been a lifeguard or a park ranger or something? Those are odd examples, but Lan Zhan takes his meaning. The worst part is my friends, Wei Young glumly rattles the ice in the cup and takes another swig. I'm afraid to see them, and I can't explain why I'm dodging them. They just think I was nuts. It's wise to avoid them, Lan Zhan says, at least until you're more sure of yourself. Yeah, Wei Young sighs. Wisdom sucks. Lan Zhan watches him gnaw at the straw and wonders if he's hungry again. Since he met Wei Young, he's learned more about vampires than he did in years of study with the council. So much in that sentence on the topic of first-hand observation versus biased academic reports. But we don't have time to unpack all of that. But there is no academic consensus on how often a vampire needs to feed. It isn't even clear what happens to them if they don't. Some scholars believe that vampires can exist. Sorry, y'all, I just woke up. I'm trying to be quiet so that I don't wake up anybody else for a while. I'm hoping to get this chapter read in one go. Some scholars believe that vampires can exist indefinitely without feeding, though likely in a highly weakened state. I think I have to tell my mom, though, Wei Young says. My friends are one thing, but Mom isn't going to let me hide forever. That woman will hunt me down. I am so curious. Is this a Madame Yu, or is this Sangsa Sanren lives? Mothers are like that, Lan Zhan says, smiling a little. What if Wei Young stops walking and stands in the flow of pedestrians, the iced coffee hanging by his side. What if she's scared of me? A dozen platitudes race through Lan Zhan's mind, empty words of generic consolation. He can't tell Wei Young that his mother will love him anyway. He doesn't know that, doesn't know her. He can't say that everything will be all right. The biggest lie of all. Finally, he says, a 2-year-old child wouldn't be scared of you. I mean, that's actually pretty reassuring, Lan Zhan. Sick bird, but at the same time. Wei Young snorts, the tension leaving his body and a smile curling on his lips. Wow, thanks, Lan Laoshi. They keep walking, and Wei Ying slurps obnoxiously on his straw. The coffee is gone, so all this slurping does is create a noise akin to an imp being crushed in a trash compactor. Okay, Lan Zhan, how do you know exactly what it sounds like of an imp being crushed in a trash compactor? Friendo, have you done that? Were you around that? Are you imagining that? All three of these possibilities are fascinating and deserve their own attention. When a particularly violent slurp, that's a noise, makes the hair stand up on the back of Lan Zhan's neck, he dares a blast that sends the cup flying from Wei Young's hand to the nearest garbage can. Unwise to do so on a public street, but well worth Wei Young's aghast face. Hey, I was drinking that. Learn to drink more quietly. You are such a bitch. Are your powers actually good for anything other than just abusing me? Yes, abusing you is fun. Just fun. I'm gonna need your boss's email. I need to lodge a complaint. Is there a vampire defamation league? Who do I talk to about vampire rights in this city? Smirking, Lan Zhan casts the silencing spell and enjoys 2 whole minutes of blessed quiet until Wei Young holds his phone up to Lan Zhan's ear and blasts a children's song about sharks at maximum volume. Good luck getting that out of your head any time in the next week, Wei Young says when Lan Zhan frees his mouth. Same to you, Wei Young shrugs. Worth it. Okay, so I'm gonna sing this song for y'all, just in case you don't know what this is referring to, because one of the kids I babysit loves it, and we know 3 different versions. Please know that I will be performing the hand gestures while I sing this song for you, and I will include a link to one of the most obnoxious versions I can find. That would be the pink fong version, just so you know, in my Tumblr post about this for your edification. Baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark. Mommy shark doo 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 doo, mommy shark doo 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 doo, mommy shark doo 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 doo, mommy shark. Grandpa shark doo 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 doo, grandpa shark doo 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 doo, grandpa shark doo 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 doo, grandpa shark. Now we swim doo 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 doo, now we swim doo 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 doo, now we swim doo 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 doo, now we swim. Swim, real fast, do 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 do, swim real fast, do 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 do, swim real fast, do 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 do, swim real fast. From the sharks, do 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 do, from the shark, do 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 do, from the shark, do 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 do, from the shark. Gotcha. That's one version. There are many others. You're welcome. Okay, and that's a section break. I just paused to go leave a comment telling the author how I felt about getting baby shark stuck in my head. That was definitely a choice. The next day, Lan Huan walks into Lan Zhan's office and closes the door behind him. With uncharacteristic sullenness, he drops into his guest chair. Anyang called. Lan Zhan bites the inside of his cheek to stop his smirk. I hope she's doing well. Lan Huan wags a finger at him. Laugh all you want, but there's going to be an emergency council meeting about this vampire you insist on protecting. Instinctive panic banishes his humor, but this is a good thing, isn't it? Wei Young might not be the only victim, and the council can't ignore this potential threat. Good. The council needs to be informed. To an extent. Is An Young coming too? Of course she is. Shufu's going to have a heart attack. Lan Zhan's heart isn't feeling too great at the moment either. He has to be careful in this meeting. Choose his words wisely. The council needs to know what happened to Wei Young and investigate the one's involvement, but they certainly don't need to know that Wei Young is tagging along on his patrols. Yep, that is privileged information. His phone chooses this moment to buzz with an incoming text. Wei Young, of course. Lan Zhan only agreed to share his number because Wei Young promised to use it only when necessary. This was, unsurprisingly, a lie. I think it's really funny. In almost every modern AU I've read, when these fics include Lan Zhan getting Wei Young's phone number, and Wei Young makes a similar promise, like within 2 days, if he didn't start off the bat with it, he's blowing up Wei Young's phone with like memes and pictures of cats and bunnies that he saw about his day, etc., etc. And Lan Zhan usually starts out being annoyed, but by the end of it, if he doesn't get like 70 texts from Wei Young in one day, he's worried about his overall well-being, you know? And I think it's delightful that we as a fandom have all embraced this fanon of a modern AU, Wei Young, who is a serial texter and, incapable of not texting Lan Zhan because he has to let him know that he's thinking about him like every 2 seconds. Lan Zhan turns the phone face down on his desk. When will the meeting take place? I don't know yet. Lan Huan sighs and creaks out of the chair like an old man. Please be careful. I know you're protective of this vampire, but you know the council. Don't endanger yourself for his sake. I will try, Lan Zhan says. which is a vague promise, and his brother knows it based on his frown. Have you learned anything of the one? Only rumors so far, as per usual. You know how hard it is to gather information in their territory. Lan Zhan nods. Why did it have to be them? Lan Huan walks to the door and then pauses, turning back. I hate to ask, but could you take the 7th district tonight? Jing Yi was injured last night, and we need someone to investigate the site. Of course. Is he all right? Lan Huan shrugs, smiling ruefully. It was minor. You know Jing Yi. Lan Zhan huffs a laugh. Yes, he knows Jing Yi. The fool probably knocked himself out with his own sword glare. And don't worry about 5. It's been quiet lately, hasn't it? It has, Lan Zhan agrees, furiously not thinking about Wei Young chattering at his side, or the man he drank in the alley. Perhaps Jing Yi and Zixin should be reassigned there. Good idea. Meng Yao and I will work on the schedule. I'll send you the information about the hunt. Lan Huan pats the door frame in farewell and closes the door behind him. Lan Zhan waits until the sound of his feet disappears down the hall before he reaches for his phone. His brother often forgets to mention something and doubles back. But today, the conversation seems truly over. Wei Young's text is a string of emojis. We've got the hot coffee in the white cup emoji, the what I call the fireburst emoji, and the full-on tears, like ugly sobbing emoji. Followed by, you owe me a coffee. And then Lan Zhan's reply is, lodge a complaint with the Vampire Defamation League. Lan Zhan replies, smirking, but he does not include a smirking emoji. He does not, as a rule, use emojis, which infuriates Wei Young, who seems to prefer them to actual words. Do you know, I wonder what Lan Zhan would feel about cow emoji, because those are so much fun to me. Like, my phone doesn't include a very robust cow emoji. Not my phone, sorry. My tablet does not include a robust cow emoji interface. Like, options are limited, and there's only so far you can go with the classic, like, ASCII text emojis. You know, like the colon and then the dash and then the parenthesis for the smiley face with the nose. But there's so many things you can do with cow emojis these days. So I found this website called Emoji DB, like short for database, Emoji DB. And you can search on any term. I perform searches on shruggy and sad and happy and table flip and cute and pouting. So many results. And then you can just you tap on the picture of the cow emoji and it instantly copies into your clipboard, and then you can paste it into your, text box or whatever you need it for. And I am low-key addicted to cow emojis, and when I switched um, to this tablet pretty exclusively, and when I did not have access to my phone, my previous phone, which had a real nice Kamoji like keyboard, um, through my because I had the Google keyboard, the Gboard enabled, so I could flip over and um, rustle through their cow emojis. I was very sad about this, but now, like the circumstances where my phone got yeeted into the swamp and I didn't have access to a phone for a while, and I had to get creative about it, I was forced to discover Emoji DB, so it wasn't all a loss. Where was I? Wait, young. I will when I form one, and this is a bat emoji and a crown emoji. I think that's supposed to be Bat King. I'm gonna be the. Oh no! This isn't reference to Lenjan's. I figured it out. Sorry, sometimes I don't get jokes right away. I'm so proud of myself. I figured this out. He's going to form. Wei Young is saying he's going to form a vampire defamation league. I'm gonna be the vampire president, and you'll be in big trouble, mister. I think those are boxing glove emojis. With the color scheme I have and the dyslexic friendly sight skin that I've got loaded into AO3, the colors render strangely sometimes on emojis, like comparing. So I'm pretty sure those are red fists, so boxing gloves. Lunjan, I await my doom. He's so sassy, I love it. There is no immediate reply, and Lanjan hesitates, his thumb hovering over the phone. With a deep breath, he hits the call icon. What? An actual phone call? He must be feeling really strongly about this council meeting. Wei Young picks up on the second ring. Wow, an actual phone call. You must be shaking in your stylish boots. Excuse me. I just received news. The council is calling an emergency meeting. About me? Wei Young shrieks. Lanshan winces and moves the phone away from his ear. About the unprecedented turning of an unwilling victim in the One territory. Oh, but that's still kind of about me, right? Do I need to go on the run? Or are the villagers coming with torches and pitchforks? I don't know why, but I just got put in mind of the Trogdor the Burninator song. Did any of you, uh, were you around for Homestar Runner? I think I'm gonna have to include that uh, material just so everyone can experience that. I'm gonna look it up on YouTube right now because I don't know if that's what that was referencing, but if it was, ah, strong bad email number 58 from homestarrunner.com 15 years ago. By the way, I never really feel old to myself. Um, I think it's the autism because, like, my mental age isn't necessarily the same as my physical age. It rarely is. But it's times like these when the things that I experienced as they were being published and, cherished experience of my youth, which was yesterday. And then YouTube says 15 years ago. And I'm like, quit fucking lying, YouTube. But here we go.
skills of an artist. Okay. Well, G2G, Geyser from California. The dragon, that's easy. Feel free to follow along with my simple step-by-step instructions. I make drawing fun. To begin, draw an S for snake, or dragon, or whatever. Next, we'll draw a more different S. For the head, put a top mark on a long V. Then you add some legs,
More different.
throw on a couple of arms, and... Whoa, wait a minute. I think I need to start over. This thing doesn't look natural. Okay, starting
The
again.
S is for
Same way.
socks.
S, more different.
No, I didn't mean to tap that. Go back. No. Oh, we lost the place.
Here I go once again with the E and some legs. Throw on a couple of arms, and... Whoa, wait a minute. I think I need to start over. This thing doesn't look natural. Okay, starting again, the same way. S, more different S. Close it up real good at the top for his head, and then, using consummate V's, give him teeth,
Consummate V's.
spinities, and angry eyebrows. Now you can add smoke or fire, or maybe some wings. You know, if he's a wiggling dragon. Let's put one of those beefy arms back on him for good measure. That looks really good. Coming out of the back of his neck there. Now he needs a name. How about Trogdor the Burninator?
Trogdor.
Oh yeah. Check out all his majesty. There's my dragon, Kaiser. Let's see how the other students are doing. All right. What do you got for me, Coach Z?
Take a look there. I think she's looking pretty good.
I said consummate, please. Consummate. Jeez. Guy with no majesty if it came up and bit him in the face.
It happened once.
Strong man. You just keep doing your thing, man. Get out of my house.
I do what I'm told.
Oh, crap. I didn't know you were doing one.
Oh, sure. I think I've improved on your methods a bit, too. I employed some chiaroscuro shading and...
I'll improve on your methods.
What? That's not an improvement.
Trogdor strikes again. Trogdor!
Trogdor.
Trogdor was a man. He was a dragon man. And he was just a dragon. But he was still
Trogdor. Trogdor. Illuminating the countryside. Illuminating the peasants. Illuminating people. That's proof conscience.
And the Trogdor comes in the night.
Trogdor comes in the night. The content you definitely didn't sign up for when you agreed to listen to this chapter with me narrating it. Okay, where were we? Do I need to go on the run? Are the villagers coming with torches and pitchforks? Okay, upon reflection, that definitely was not a Trogdor reference, but that's where my brain went. I will try to keep you out of it. As far as he knows, only his mother and brother know Wei Yong's name. Lanjan certainly hasn't added it to a report. Lanjan, you sly devil. Hopefully that will remain the case. Thanks, Lanjan, Wei Yong says. I really appreciate it, and I don't want you to get in trouble with your people. I am not in trouble, Lanjan assures him. Not yet, at least. I am glad that the council is calling a meeting. What happened to you must never happen again. Wow. What? No, nothing. It's just, that was really heroic. Shut up. No, really, I'm not messing with you. I got actual chills, Lanjan, which, hey, now I know I can still get chill bumps. I'm hanging up. No, wait, I've got something to tell you too. Lanjan sighs. What? Baby shark doo 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 doo. Just when we replaced that with the Trogdor song, now it's Baby Shark Brainworms all over again. Growling, Lanjan stabs at the end call button until the line goes dead on Wei Young's cackle. As Wei Young predicted, the song lingers in Lanjan's head all day, and he even finds himself humming it as he rides the elevator to the lobby. That's amazing. It's still there when he meets up with Wei Young to patrol the 7th District. How's your day been, Lanjan? Wei Ying asks, grinning knowingly. Fine. Do 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 do. That was in italics, by the way. All Lanjan said out loud was the word fine. Good, good. Glad to hear it. My day was okay too. Thanks for asking. One of my co-workers was injured nearby last night, Lanjan says, walking briskly and ignoring the music blaring in his head. Side note, Lanjan, the only way to fix that is to walk around with headphones on with rocking tunes of your choice playing in your ears to overwrite the earworms. Consider some of those fitness earbuds. You don't seem like the over-ear headphones kind type, although I bet Wei Young would appreciate a nice pair of cat ear headband gamer headphones, you know? He would love that. He and his partner failed to eliminate the threat. Ooh, what is it? Does this mean I actually get to see you fight? A haunting, and yes, I expect you will. It's about time. I was beginning to think you were lying about the whole hero business just to impress me. Lanjan cuts his eyes to Wei Young. I impress you. Wei Young chuckles and lowers his eyes, the very definition of bashful. If vampires could blush, his cheeks might be red. Well, I guess we'll see, won't we? They reach the site, an abandoned house. Ooh, I've made it to like half an hour of recording time. I'm not going to say anything else. I refuse to jinx it. Not going to say it. They reach the site, an abandoned house, rare in the city center, where land is scarce and valuable. But this one would be daunting for even the most devoted house flipper. At some point, the house may have been white, but the walls have eroded to a dull gray. Surprisingly, many of the windows are unbroken, and there's no sign of graffiti. Excuse me. That felt weird. Do you ever... Sorry, this is gonna get a little TMI, but not really, I promise. Do you ever, like, have burps that the air kind of goes up into your nasal cavity instead of mostly, like, through your mouth? That's what just happened. That was what that weird noise was. If the mic caught it, which it probably did. Because the mic on this tablet is surprisingly sensitive. Like, yeah, okay, back to the story. At some point, the house may have been white, but the walls have eroded to a dull gray. Surprisingly, many of the windows, I jinxed it, fuck me. Okay. Cryptid roommate has apparently been awake for 2 hours. FYI, it's like midnight 30 here. But cryptid roommate was thirsty and came out for a beverage, which was good. I was thirsty too. That was a good reminder. It's so easy to get sucked into the reading and forget that it sounds better when the vocal cords are maintained, a little bit moisturized. Where were we? Oh yeah, creepy haunted house. At some point, the house may have been white, but the walls have eroded to a dull gray. Surprisingly, many of the windows are unbroken, and there's no sign of graffiti. Even the local youth must tread warily around this house. That's understandable. The resentful energy is apparent even from the sidewalk. Normal people rarely sense such strong energy unless it's especially strong. Oops, I think I put a word out of order there. Continuing on. But this house all but shrieks with fury. It's strange that the house has evaded notice for this long. Resentment like this does not build overnight. Spooky, Wei Yong says with admiration as they pause on the sidewalk. Can you sense the resentment? What, like bad vibes? Something like that. Wei Yong frowns and steps closer, closing his eyes. Yeah, there's something. He shudders and opens his eyes. It feels dark and mean. What does it feel like to you? Mean is accurate, but to me, it mostly feels wrong. Rotten. Yeah, rotten is a good word. Wei Young flicks his wrinkled nose. I smell it more than sense it, and it definitely smells rotten. The idea of smelling resentful energy is intriguing, but for now, Lanjan sets the thought aside. Right now, he has work to do. The front door hangs open, as Jinyi and Zishin must have left it when they fled. Lanjem leads the way inside and pauses to call his Guqin. Wei Yong watches wide-eyed, impressed already, to Lanjan's delight as the instrument shimmers into being. Then his face droops. Lanjan, what is that? Where's your sword? I don't need a sword to deal with ghosts. He strums a question, then waits for the answer. Okay, pause. I am picturing that Nanjan has just called up the Wangji Chin, and it's the one from the Untamed drama, the TV drama, that they found in the coal pond cave. That was actually the ancestor's chin, and it's all like white with the fancy blue special effects behind it. That for extra, badass points. Anyway, I don't need a sword to deal with ghosts. He strums a question, then waits for the answer, throwing up a hand to silence Wei Young's impending interruption. The spirit twangs the spirits. The spirit twangs the strings fiercely when it answers. A powerful spirit, and an angry one at that. I just had a fun idea. I'm gonna pause this. I'll be back shortly. Okay, y'all. So, my new iPhone, new to me iPhone has GarageBand app on it, which I've never played in before. But did you know that the GarageBand app has traditional Chinese instrument sound packs, which happens to include the guzheng and the guqin? And you'll never guess who has two thumbs and found how to do these instrument packs. Kind of. That would be right. This bitch. So, I don't need a sword to deal with ghosts. He strums a question, then waits for the answer, throwing up a hand to silence Wei Yong's impending interruption. The spirit twangs the strings fiercely when it answers. A powerful spirit, and an angry one at that. Okay, not as cool as a sword, but not bad. Was it the ghost? I was speaking with it. Like a spirit box, Wei Yong says, leaning down to examine the strings. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Be quiet. The first question asked the spirit what it wants. The answer was death, pain, suffering. This time, Lan Zhan commands it to depart. The spirit doesn't bother answering with the guqin. The downstairs windows implode, sending shattered glass flying towards them. Lan Zhan throws up a barrier spell. The shards strike the shield and fall harmlessly to the floor. Holy shit, Wei Yong yelps, cowering and covering his head. Stay back, Lan Zhan orders, and steps forward. The energy builds, circling his hand over the strings. The energy builds with the gliding notes, forming blue light around his hand. As he plays, the spirit gathers its own energy, rattling the loose floorboards and shaking the dangling light fixtures. Dust rises in a cloud as the walls crack. Splinters fly, but Lan Zhan casts another shield with his free hand and ignores the projectiles. Asshole, Wei Yong yells somewhere behind his shoulder. Stop throwing the fucking house at us. The spell is almost ready. His hand tingles with the power he's amassed. His chi rolls, gathering to spring out. Hold on. Okay, I can see what's coming in the next paragraph, and I'm going to pause and see if I can make this come to life for you, okay, author? If I can't, I will return and let you know, but I'm going to try and make this happen. Okay, y'all. I made the magic happens. The spell is almost ready. His hand tingles with the power he's amassed. His chi royals gathering to spring out. Do da do da do 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 do. He hums, and with the last do, he throws out his hand. Blue light shoots out, enveloping the first floor in a deafening boom. Baby shark, do 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 do. Baby shark. When sound returns to the world, the house falls still. The chandelier above their heads swaying to a stop. He sends the Guqin away and turns to Wei Ying. I hope that sounded really cool, y'all, because I had to look up a tutorial on how to play Baby Shark on the piano, and then I had to figure out how to do GarageBand piano keyboard, but set to do. They didn't have Guqin on the keyboard, but they had Guzheng, which was close enough. Lan Zhan, Wei Ying whispers, but the words echo in the silent house. Is it over? Never ask that, Lan Zhan would yell, but the floor is cracking open beneath his feet. He plummets down in a cloud of dust, bracing himself for the landing. Instead, something grabs his arm. He swings dizzily through the air, at eye level with the floor and Wei Ying's chunky boots. Lan Zhan, Wei Ying yells. Did you see that? I caught you. Lan Zhan tilts his head back, following the boots up to Wei Ying's wide eyes. I noticed. Pull me up. Wei Ying pulls, and Lan Zhan soars up much more quickly than he expected. But even as he soars, something grabs his leg and yanks him down. The fuck? Wei Ying stumbles closer to the hole and grabs both of his arms. What's going on? Lan Zhan peers down into the hole. Gnarled fingers cling to his leg and tear at his pants. A ghoul of some kind. He can't see beyond its arm. He kicks at it with his free leg, but he only kicks air, and the movement sends him sliding into Wei Ying's grip. Does something have your leg? Wei Ying's voice is abnormally high-pitched. What the hell is down there? Let me go, Lan Zhan says calmly. If Wei Ying and the ghoul keep up this tug-of-war, his leg will be torn to shreds. The best option is to fight the thing on the ground. Are you nuts? Wei Ying shrieks. I'm not dropping you down there with some monster. Fighting monsters is my job. Let me go. Wei Ying stares down at him, chewing on his lip. Fine, but I'm coming with you. No, Lan Zhan shouts, but it's too late. Wei Ying lets go. Lan Zhan falls, and Wei Ying dives after him. Okay, did anybody else just get a brainwave where you're like picturing that iconic scene from the opening of the Untamed, and Wei Ying is falling, tipping backwards over the cliff edge, and Lan Zhan is flying towards him, but it's like flipped, and so you've got Lan Zhan and Wei Ying, but it's Wei Ying holding on to Lan Zhan with that, the blood dripping between them, and Lan Zhan slips, and Wei Ying just full force flings himself afterwards. Oof, cinematic. Okay. The creature also let go when he started to fall, but there isn't much time to build power as he falls. He uses what he's got as soon as he lands, spinning and blasting the creature he can sense, can smell, to his right. A second later, Wei Ying lands behind him, his battle cry cutting off in an oof. Lan Zhan doesn't have time to worry about the ridiculous vampire right now. He calls to his sword as the creature lunges. A ghoul, as he thought, and a big one. Its deformed head bulges from a spindly neck. Long, twisted arms and legs protrude from its bloated abdomen. This one must feed on decay, and it has fed well. As an underground creature who abhors light, it staggers back from Bishen's light, swiping at blindly at the sword. Lan Zhan dodges its long arms and slices off one clawed hand. Howling, the ghoul stumbles back, ichor spurting from its arm. Oh, gross! Wei Young groans. That thing reeks. Stay out of the way. An injured enemy is a wrathful enemy. At this stage of the battle, Lan Zhan must remain on guard. Fear and fury will drive the ghoul to unpredictable and savage attacks. This ghoul chooses to meet death head on. Roaring, it falls to all fours and bounds across the cellar floor. Lan Zhan blasts it with a stunning spell that knocks it back but doesn't dissuade it. Leaping, he evades the ghoul's next lunge and flips over it, scoring its thick hide as he goes. It is not a mortal wound, but it's enough to make the ghoul whine and creep back. Even its blood stinks, Wei Young yells. Apparently, Wei Young jumped into the cellar to add color commentary to the battle. Ignoring this distraction, Lan Zhan raises Bishen and strikes forward to deal the killing blow. Oh shit, look out! Lan Zhan whirls around at Wei Young's shout. A second ghoul scrabbles across the floor, its body so low to the ground that it's nearly invisible in the dark cellar. Before Lan Zhan can react, a blur shoots towards the second ghoul. There is a savage rip, and a moment later, Wei Young stands above the second ghoul wielding its severed head. Gotcha! Wei Young whoops. Then his face crumples, and he drops the head, flinging his ichor-coated hands in the air. Oh, nasty! Its skin is all, and its blood is... blech. Rolling his eyes, Lan Zhan turns back to the first ghoul and swings, severing its head in a black gush. It is pretty gross. No way would he touch that thing with his bare hands. Thankfully, he has a charm to clean the goo off his sword, which he uses immediately. Wei Young trots to him with his dripping hands held out in front of him. Do me, this shit is so gross. Lan Zhan rolls his eyes and casts the spell again. That's really neat, Wei Young says, as the charm cleans his hands. Yo, why can't I have one of those for IRL for when I have to clean a shit diaper? Because that would be incredible. I'm manifesting that for, when magic becomes accessible to the everyday citizen. That's really neat, Wei Young says as the charm cleans his hands. His nose still wrinkles at what must be a truly horrid stench to his enhanced sense of smell. But I'll feel a lot better once I've had a shower or 3. Do you think that's the last of them? Whatever they are? Ghouls. There will not be more. It's unusual even to find 2 in one nest. Great. How do we get out of here? Do you see any stairs? There probably are stairs, but Lan Zhan tells himself that they're likely too decrepit to travel safely. He refuses to admit that his next action is an effort to impress Wei Young. He lets Bichen float from his hand and hover above the ground. Then he steps onto the sword and holds out his hand. We'll fly out. Wei Young's eyes shine up at him. Oh, hell yes! He lets Lan Zhan haul him onto the sword and whoops as they rise out of the hole. They must push close together to avoid the jagged floorboards, and Wei Young wraps an arm around Lan Zhan's back to steady himself. If Wei Young didn't smell like ghoul guts, it could be called romantic. Like, you're halfway there. You've got the embrace part down. Now you just gotta go for the nice smelling part, huh? When they leave the house, Wei Young turns and puts his hands on his hips, staring at the empty eyes that were once the house's windows. Is it always like that? Like what? Wei Yun turns to him, his smile achingly bright. Dangerous, exciting. Lan Zhan, that was awesome. Not always, but often. Lan Zhan can't help the way his mouth ticks up in response to that stunning smile. Usually less disgusting. Laughing, Wei Young nudges his shoulder. That's good to hear. My God, did those things stink. I know I've got like super enhanced smelling, but I don't understand how anything can smell that bad. That breed of ghoul is essentially made of rot, Lan Zhan says. That is what it feeds on. It eats garbage? No, it eats the essence of rot, the aura of decay. It's hard to explain, or maybe Lan Zhan just isn't used to explaining such things to someone who didn't grow up in a family of cultivators. Those ghouls are drawn to abandoned places, places no one cares for anymore. That's kind of sad, Wei Young says. I suppose it is. That has never occurred to him, but now he sends a look over his shoulder at the decaying house. Once there must have been a family who loved it, maybe even that angry spirit, but now the house is alone, left to crumble into the dust. Lan Zhan, Wei Yong yelps, stopping suddenly and gripping Lan Zhan's shoulder. Lan Zhan, you're bleeding. They both look down at Lan Zhan's torn pants leg. It's nothing, Lan Zhan says. Just a few scratches. It's more than that. Wei Yong's hand falls away from his shoulder and he backs away, his nostrils flaring. Wei Yong. Lan Zhan starts after him, but then he understands. The blood, of course. He stands still as Wei Yong keeps backing away. I'll do that. Right. See you tomorrow. Wei Yong throws up a hand as he turns and jogs down the street. Lan Zhan watches him go until he disappears around the corner. Will Wei Yong need to feed now? His hunger stoked by the scent of Lan Zhan's blood? If so, will he be able to control himself? There's no way to know, and there's nothing he can do to help, not with fresh blood coating his leg. He turns back to the abandoned house. For a long moment, he stares at the house, reluctant to leave it in isolation. Finally, he inclines his head. Be at peace, he murmurs. Then he limps away, headed for the light of civilization, so absent on this dark, silent street. Author's note: my apologies for the earworm. I have my regrets. Next up, they should not be at the club. Reader's notes. Dear author, I hope you enjoyed Baby Shark on the Gucci. And in case it didn't come across well while I was reading over it, I'm going to play it again, just for you. Are you ready? Here we go. Okay, that's probably enough. Well, uh, a stunning development. I actually managed to read through an entire chapter of this without getting interrupted more than once. And I didn't have to cut off the recording in the middle either. I was able to just pause and come right back. So that was great. I also learned a little bit more about the GarageBand app on my iPhone, my new phone. Did I ever tell you about how my old phone got yeeted into the swamp? If you drop a comment, I will definitely do that. Then, did I already say thank you for joining? I think I did. I hope you enjoyed this installment of um, bedtime stories. I forgot what dudes. I just forgot my own brand. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Bedtime Stories. Oh, and by the way, if this is something you're interested in, I have an RSS feed set up now. So if you have like a podcasts or podcatcher app, like, the basic Apple podcast or whatever your native operating system basic bitch podcast app is, or your fancy things if you're really into podcasts, there should be an option to add a show by URL, and um, I'll provide the link for you somewhere in my post. It'll be really clear what it is, and you just copy that link. It's really long and ugly, but you copy that link and paste it into your podcatcher app, and you should be able to pull up my show through the Internet Archive. My show. There's a Bedtime Stories podcast show now. How about that? And I've tested this out myself on my podcast app. So if it doesn't work for you, let me know. I don't know if I'll be any help to troubleshoot it, but it exists. So it's about 2 a.m. my time, and I think I'm going to take a nap. Yeah. Hello, and welcome to Bedtime Stories. We're reading Chapter 4 of Wild in the Streets. This is called Reconnoitering. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to live up to what I managed last chapter with Baby Shark on the Guchin. So, we'll see how this one goes. Surprisingly, for the typically ponderous council, the emergency meeting is scheduled only 3 days after its proposal. It's likely his mother had something to do with the speed, and impossibly, Lan Zhan loves her a little bit more for her efforts. With uncharacteristic procrastination, Lan Zhan waits until the meeting is almost due to start to head to the conference room. Even so, he runs into his mother outside the door. "Zhan Zhan," she calls, gathering into a hug that he accepts gracefully. Some grown men might quail at being hugged by their mothers at work, but in this, he has no shame. His mother is amazing, and he will take every hug she offers. His co-workers and council elders move past them, but he ignores them to kiss her cheek. That's so wholesome. I love it. "I'm glad you're here," he murmurs against her hair. "Of course," she says, golden eyes twinkling. His mother doesn't bother with glasses in this building. She never misses a chance to piss off the council. "Now let's go in there and set those old men straight." Smiling, he takes her hand and follows her into the conference room. Lan Huan and Shufu are already standing behind the podium. When Shufu sees the mentor, he frowns and looks away. Anyang laughs under her breath and heads for the chair left empty for her, near the back of the room. Lan Zhan pulls out the chair for her and stands behind it after she sits down. Hopefully it looks like solidarity and not like he's hiding behind his mother's proverbial skirts. Lan Huan, who took the helm of their sect after their father's death, begins the meeting soon after. Shufu lingers behind him at the podium. Shufu means well. He has always supported Lan Zhan and his brother despite his feelings about their Fey lineage. But why does his support feel so much like an apology to the other council members? It's as if he wishes to remind the council that Lan Huan is only half Fey, while the rest of him is respectable Lan. Lan Huan is as righteous and capable as anyone in the room. Probably more so, let's be real. But he needs his uncle's blessing in fake classes to make everyone more comfortable. Ridiculous. But today isn't about them. Today is about getting justice for Wei Young. Lan Zhan needs to focus on that. He can be irritated at the council anytime. After the customary courtesies, Lan Huan summarizes what happened to Wei Young, naming him only as the victim of his narrative. The summary only takes a minute or two. Lan Huan even avoids mentioning Lan Zhan by name. He frames the points passively. The victim was discovered. A one sigil was found in the alley. It is strange to hear the events presented so dryly and concisely, but Lan Zhan nods his gratitude when Lan Huan meets his eyes. Even this dry recitation provokes shock and anger among the council members. They are too reserved to shout or pound the table, but even with their measured tones, it's obvious that they're upset. "Are we sure this was the one?" one Lan elder asks. "No," Lan Huan admits. "However, it seems likely given that the man was attacked in their territory. We need more investigation to be certain." How to voice Jin Guangshan. "This could start a war," Jin Guangshan says. "Poking our noses into one territory is too dangerous with such scant evidence. Unfortunate that council discussions must include that cowardly blowhard." Behind the blowhard, Jin Zixuan and Qin Su share an exasperated look. Good to know they're frustrated with their repellent father, but it'd be nice if they actually spoke up once in a while. "We cannot gather evidence without investigating in their territory," Lan Huan says gently. "Of course we'll be cautious. Our investigators—" "How can we even be sure this vampire is telling the truth?" Jin Guangshan barks. "The way you explained it, we only have his word that he didn't ask to be turned. This could all be some sort of trick." "That is fear talking," Lan Zhan's mother says, her voice even, but her words sharp. "Fear and cowardice. Yes, it is dangerous to provoke Ruohan, but it is even more dangerous to let his clan run wild. Even the ones must abide by the rules, and this action is in clear defiance of our truce." Jin Guangshan glares at her, but she has ground him into submission. Get it? "My mother is right," Lan Huan calls above the mutters she provoked. "Our responsibility is to the people of this city, not to our own safety. Only investigation will reveal the truth. Do I have the council's leave to begin that investigation?" A ripple of fans rise from the table. The majority, including Qin Zixuan and Su immediately twists to show the white side of the fan, though a few black circles appear. The rest, those who waited to see how the majority would vote, including Wangxian, of course, follow more slowly. But the white fans prevail. The investigation will proceed. Wangxian, who voted white but is clearly displeased, throws down his fan and scowls. On his right, Nia Mingju grunts a laugh and elbows Meng Yao. As always, Meng Yao smiles benignly and evasively. He also enjoys pissing off the council, especially his slimy father. Oh, does this one have Meng Yao with Nia Mingju like happily saying fuck you to the Jin? What a great outcome for him. Like, I love the fanon notion that Meng Yao can be a force for at least neutral, if not good, if he's given a happy home to operate out of. And like someone better to impress than his dirtbag dad. More discussion follows to define the limits of the investigation, but the day is won, and Lan Shan never had to open his mouth. I mean, that's the best part for me personally, not having to talk at all. When Lan Huan concludes the meeting, An Yang rises and pats Lan Shan's arm. Well, that turned out to be much easier than I thought. Huan did well. You did well. No, that's not my Lan Zhan voice. That was a narrator voice. You did well, Lan Zhan says, and sweeps her into another hug. He ignores the chuckles coming from Jin Guangshan's direction. He can chuckle all he wants. He's clearly terrified of the woman in Lan Shan's arms. As Lan Shan escorts his mother out, Nia Mingju catches up to them and gets his own hug from his mother-in-law. Well done, Nia Mingju tells her. I was expecting a fight. I should have known not to underestimate you. You'll learn someday, Anyang says, pinching Nia Mingju's cheek. He grins like a little boy. When are you bringing my granddaughter to visit? I haven't seen her in ages. Come to dinner on Saturday, Nia Mingju says. He turns to Lan Zhan. Both of you. We'll celebrate our victory. I'm happy to, Anyang says. But don't get too excited just yet. When the investigation is done, we'll have a tougher battle convincing these fools to take action. Nia Mingju nods solemnly. But until then, we celebrate. Right, Lan Zhan? Right. Lan Zhan agrees, and endures the hearty slap Nia Mingju gives his shoulder. His mother tucks her arm through his, and they finally escape. In the elevator, she sighs and leans her head against his shoulder. I hate this place. I know. Thank you for coming. Anything for my baby boy. She peers up at him, eyes twinkling. How's your Wei Young doing? He sighs and rolls his eyes. He isn't my Wei Young, and he's doing well. He asked me to thank you for sharing the books. You should bring him to meet me sometime, Anyang says lightly, like she didn't just suggest that Lan Zhan bring a vampire to her apartment. I'd like to look at this new friend of yours. For academic reasons, of course. He snorts. I'll see what I can do. Good boy. Smiling, Lanjan twists to kiss the top of her head. There is no one like his mother. And that's a section break. It's so nice to see grown up Lan Wangji getting to bask in his mama's affection and to return the proud affection in public. That's just so sweet and wholesome. It's so good. Obviously, Lanjan is assigned to the agreed upon investigation team. It takes considerable protest to convince Lan Juan that he doesn't need a partner for this mission. But eventually, Lan Juan relents on the basis that they really don't have enough people to allow for team-ups. He wishes he could tell his brother that he already has a partner in mind, but Lan Juan likely wouldn't be comforted by his choice. Guilt assaults Lan Zhan again as he watches Wei Young jog toward him, grinning, ponytails swinging. Lan Juan would understand if he knew Wei Young. Probably. Even so, Lan Zhan hates keeping this secret from him. The last secret he kept from Lan Juan was the action figure he accidentally broke when he snuck into Lan Juan's... Nope, I messed that one up. Lan Juan's room to play, and he confessed to that the next day after a miserable night spent writhing in agony. And this secret is much worse. Not only is he working with a vampire, but he is also leading the vampire into dangerous territory. Which one is worse? Partnering with a vampire or endangering his vampire partner? Until he met Wei Young, he never had to deal with these murky, moral quagmires. This song just came on my headphones. I really like the vibe. Let's see if I can make it loud enough for y'all to hear. Hi, Lanjan. Wei Young chirps as he comes to a halt. Ready to kick some vampire ass? They haven't seen each other since the ghoul incident a few days ago. But Wei Young seems to have recovered from his awkwardness. Since Lan Zhan informed him of the council's decision, he's been assaulting Lan Zhan's phone with increasingly obscure emoji-based messages. This is a reconnaissance mission, Lan Zhan says sternly. Yeah, I know, but if some vampires try to start something while we're reconnoitering, we may have no choice but to kick their asses, right? Lan Zhan's heart gives a strange little shiver when Wei Young says, reconnoitering, but he ignores it. We'll do our best to avoid such situations. Of course, Wei Young agrees with a crisp nod. Ninja all the way. I'm dressed for stealth, right? He throws out his arms and spins to show off his all-black ensemble, which is pretty much what he always seems to wear, with occasional forays into red. Lan Zhan allows himself a small ogle during this display. You know, I've always wondered, is that a short O or a long O? Let's take this opportunity to find out. Duck Duck says nothing because we've got the headphones attached to Bluetooth on the tablet. Let's try that again. Ogle. Ogle. We all know what this word means, but I'm going to read the definition because it's funny. To look at or stare at, especially in a desirous manner, because that is exactly what it was doing. That's from the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, 5th edition, by the way. But according to Merriam-Webster, which is the next entry down, it's to glance with amorous invitation or challenge. So, I think Lan Wangji was doing both of those things. Lan Zhan allows himself a small ogle during this display. Those black jeans are, as always, extremely tight. Once these images are stored away in a secret folder of his brain, Lan Zhan says, "You should also consider staying quiet." Oh, no, sorry, I forgot to do the Lan Zhan voice. I was just doing the narrator voice. "You should also consider staying quiet. I believe that is an integral part of the ninja method." Lan Zhan, are you saying I talk too much? Yes. Such a bitch, Wei Young squawks, but his eyes sparkle. "Call the Vampire Defamation League," Lan Zhan says, and whirls away without waiting for a response. He fears his eyes are also sparkling. Predictably, Wei Young trots to catch up. "Laugh now, Lan Zhan, but I'm going to fight for vampire rights. We're tired of being second-class citizens. Do you know how hard it is to get to the bank when you can't go out in the daytime? The world is prejudiced against the Nightwalkers, Lan Zhan, and someone has to speak for us." "You don't do your banking online?" "Of course I do. That was just an example. There are lots of daytime-only activities that are denied to me and my kind. Like McDonald's breakfast." "You don't need to eat." "I still like pancakes. I can never eat an Egg McMuffin again, Lan Zhan. You don't understand my pain." Tell you what, if I couldn't have a sausage McGriddle ever again, I would feel kind of bitter about it. This continues as they walk down the street, moving deeper into one territory. Okay, the song is over. At this rate, any sentinels on guard will hear them from a block away. But for some reason, Lan Zhan lets Wei Young keep talking. Maybe his vampire rights diatribe will compel them. "Hey, don't take this the wrong way," Wei Young says, "but you kind of smell different." "It is a glamour," Lan Zhan says. "In this territory, I need to hide my scent." "Oh, that makes sense. Like special fairy deodorant." Special fairy deodorant. Oh my god, that's amazing. "Fairy, not fairy," Lan Zhan hisses. Wei Young does a terrible job of hiding his smirk. Right, but explain the difference again." He ostentatiously examines Lan Zhan's back. "No wings, obviously, and I haven't noticed you sprinkling any glitter. Can you make yourself teeny tiny?" "I can make you tiny." He actually can't, but Wei Young doesn't have to know that. Okay, take it easy, Tinkerbell." "I will shrink you down and stick you in a jar." Wei Young tosses his ponytail. "Whatever, tiny me would be adorable." This, unfortunately, is probably true, but they have more serious matters to discuss. "Are you certain that you want to do this?" Lan Zhan asks. "You mean, am I having second thoughts about confronting my murderers? No, I'm good. I've got a superhero to protect me." He shoots Lan Zhan a wink. "Besides, what are they gonna do? Kill me twice?" This is too blasé, even for Wei Young. "Wei Young, you can die." "Well, yeah, I figured. What do I need to watch out for besides sunlight? Garlic? Stake through the heart?" Steaks are inefficient, and garlic does nothing. But you are vulnerable to silver and fire. Silver? I thought that was for werewolves. Silver is effective against many creatures. Wei Young draws back, scowling. So I'm a creature now? A little rude, don't you think? Would you prefer leech? Mosquito? That is hurtful, Lan. Hurtful. So what do you use? Silver bullets? Lan rolls his eyes. My sword is silver. You stabbed him in the heart? Decapitation is more effective. Wei Young's smile turns a bit strained. Oh shit, you aren't joking, are you? No. No. Lan has the strange urge to apologize for years of doing his job. Huh. So you just... Wei Young draws a finger across his throat. I guess that would do the trick. Why didn't you cut my head off? If Lan could shrink himself down and fly away, he would definitely be doing so now. Lan, why didn't you kill me? That is a question he still hasn't found a satisfactory answer for, so he tells the truth. I'm not sure. They walk on in the uncomfortable silence generated by the discussion of decapitation. Finally, Wei Young says, Well, thanks for that. Not killing me. The night is still young. To Lan Chan's relief, Wei Young blurts a laugh. Oh, fairy boy's got jokes. He jabs Lan Chan with a pointy elbow. And I thought your sword was scary. Turns out your wit is sharper than your blade. A pity yours is so dull. Groaning, Wei Young clutches his chest. Have mercy, Lan Chan. I'm just a poor little mosquito, remember? Lan Chan is tempted to make a joke about fly swatters, but he's already exceeded his usual capacity for humor. He's got a limited stash, okay? Best to quit while he's ahead. Besides, they are strolling through enemy territory for a reason. He pulls up the map on his phone to confirm their location. We're almost there. Okay, Wei Young says, and gives himself a shake. Time to get serious. Their destination is a club known to belong to the One Clan. The One Clan own a substantial amount of real estate they could investigate, but with any luck, a club like this will allow Lan and his partner to pass unnoticed. The downside is that it is, well, a club. The pounding excuse for music already assaults his ears, and they haven't even gone inside yet. Dudes, that's so relatable. I don't go to clubs for the same reason. Much too loud. Can't tolerate it. Wei Young scowls at the cinder block, well, amongst other reasons, like, too poor to go, and I don't drink anymore, but whatever. Wei Young scowls at the cinder block building painted matte black. The blood-red neon sign flickers. Nightless City. Yup, that's pretty much what I expected from a vampire club. Vampires aren't known for subtlety, Lan says, as they join the queue. The bodies waiting in line are human, but they're dressed the part. Lots of black pleather and red vinyl. Having expected this, Lan Zhan dragged out the darkest items in his wardrobe, black slacks and jacket, paired with a gray cotton button-up. It's barely enough to keep him from standing out, but Wei Young looks right at home. The bouncer is also human and pays them no special attention when Lan Zhan shows his fake ID. They receive UV stamps in the shape of fanged mouths. Wei Young rolls his eyes. Once inside, Lan Zhan risks casting a small charm to dull his hearing. But even with the charm, his head continues to throb. Oh my god, what wouldn't I give to be able to do that on a daily basis? Just dull the noise around me. Be like, sensory processing disorder, who? Does no one at clubs wish to talk to one another? Or hear anything besides this infernal noise? I have often wondered that myself. What now? Wei Young yells into his ear. Lan Zhan grips Wei Young's face and pushes him away. You don't have to shout. I can hear you. With Wei Young pouting behind him, Lan Zhan walks towards the dance floor. A gallery encircles it. That will at least get them out of the crush of vinyl and sweat. He finds the staircase and heads for it. Is anybody else put in mind of that opening sequence in, well, not opening, but early in the 1999 movie The Matrix, when Neo meets Trinity in person for the first time? He finds the staircase and heads for it. Upstairs, they find a free spot on the railing and stake their claim. Leaning against the railing, they survey the crowd below. This is just depressing, Wei Young grumbles. I mean, I'm not happy about being a blood-sucking monster, but learning that there was a whole other world hiding beneath the one with 401ks and casual Fridays was pretty cool. But this is just sad. Lan Zhan follows his gaze to the faux velvet settees, the plastic candelabra spray-painted gold. There is even a giant screen on which a black and white vampire movie is projected. It is rather over the top. I'm laughing at myself because I can say candelabra with no hesitation, but I had to look up the 4-letter word ogle earlier in the chapter. I'm all for camp, Wei Young continues. I embrace that cheeky goth life, you know? But this is just tacky. The aesthetic is certainly tasteless, but they aren't here to judge the decor. Can you sense any vampires? How exactly do I do that? That's a good question. Lan Zhan was hoping it would just sort of happen once they got here. Can you hear heartbeats? Wei Young closes his eyes and grips the railing. His face tightens with concentration. It's strange to see him so solemn when he is always smiling. His smiles are beautiful, but like this, he's breathtaking is not inaccurate. Butterflies burst to life in Lan Zhan's stomach and whirl about in time with the terrible music. I don't know, Wei Young says, his eyes still pressed shut. The music is so loud. I can hear your heart. Everything else is just bass. His eyelids flutter open as he turns to Lan Zhan. The strobe lights flash violet and crimson in his eyes. Lan Zhan's heart gives a kick, and those eyes zero in on his chest. Wei Yung's lips part, the tip of his red tongue darting out. Lan Zhan yanks his eyes back to the dancers. "Then watch," he says, the words coming out in a dry rasp. "If they are here, they'll be on the hunt." From the corner of his eye, he sees Wei Yun turn and lean back against the railing. For several minutes they don't speak. Lan Zhan has never been so aware of his own heartbeat, throbbing in time to the music. He watches the people gyrate below, but all of his attention is on the man beside him. Not a man, he reminds himself, but not a monster either. Not that it matters. There can never be anything between them. What he wants doesn't matter, not when. Lan Zhan, Wei Yun hisses, and Lan Zhan's heart does a guilty flutter. Check out the guy with the neck tat. Lan Zhan was about to stumble his way into an interesting introspection on what makes someone a person if it's not being human. Lan Zhan follows his gaze down to the tattooed man on the first floor. Like most of the people in the club, the man wears all black. His collar is turned up, hiding most of the tattoo, but the ink that Lan Zhan can see on his neck might be a sunburst. "What do you feel?" Lan Zhan asks. "I don't know," Wei Yun murmurs. "He's just different." They watch the man speak to one of the bouncers. The bouncer nods at whatever the man said, then walks away, like he is following an order. The tattooed man takes a phone out of his pocket, studies the screen for a moment, then strides towards the door. "Let's go." "No," that's Lan Zhan talking. "Let's go," Lan Zhan says. They hurry downstairs and push their way out of the club just in time to see the man turn a corner. I keep accidentally starting to read in Wei Yun's voice, and it's Lan Zhan talking. "We have to keep our distance," Lan Zhan murmurs as they begin the pursuit. "Try not to look at him directly. He'll notice." Got it. When they round the corner, they spot the man again. His attention is on his phone. Good. The distraction will be useful. If this man is a one soldier, he'll feel secure in his own territory, which is even better. "So now we just follow him?" Wei Yun asks in an undertone. He's doing well, keeping his eyes on the target. No, keeping his eyes moving, never settling on their target. I lost my place on the page. I just totally lost it. I was changing the song on my phone. "So now we just follow him?" Wei Yun asks in an undertone. He's doing well, keeping his eyes moving, never settling on their target. "For now," Lan Zhan answers in the same murmur. Wei Yun nods and keeps quiet. They keep well back, making use of other pedestrians when they can. It's late. It isn't late enough for the streets to have emptied, but foot traffic is sparse. Territory owned by the one isn't exactly safe for the average human. After 2 blocks, the tattooed man puts his phone away and quickens his pace. Did he make us? Wei Young whispers. Lan Zhan grimaces. You watch too many movies. Whatever, Lao Shi. Do you think he noticed us? The man doesn't look behind him as he leaves the sidewalk and enters a building. I don't think so, Lan Zhan says. Keep going. They walk past the building where the man disappeared. A restaurant? Wei Ying says. Maybe I got it wrong. When they reach the next intersection, they stop for Lan Zhan to consult his map of known 1 properties. The restaurant isn't on the list. What do we do? Lan Zhan puts his phone away and stares back down the street. We wait. Shouldn't we at least take a peek inside? Wei Ying asks. That could reveal us. This is a reconnaissance mission, I know. But for all we know, this guy was just in the mood for egg rolls. Are we really reconnaissing if we stay out here? And if the restaurant is full of vampires? We run like hell. Lan Zhan rolls his eyes and pointedly turns away to watch the restaurant. Fine, Wei Ying sighs and slumps against the light post. I guess we'll do it the boring way. For the first For the first few minutes, Wei Ying sulks in silence, but Lan Zhan should have known that was too good to last. Hey, so I get that these 1 guys are bad, Wei Ying says, but you seem sort of extra tense about them. Lan Zhan slides his eyes away from Wei Ying's intense interest. And Wei Ying shrugs. I just wondered if there was a story there. A story. Nothing so charming. Certainly nothing he wishes to discuss, to chat about on this street corner. Okay, none of my business, Wei Ying says. I'll just be over here, dying of boredom. Would you prefer a quicker method of death? Because that can be arranged. Wei Ying's indignant squawking is interrupted by a series of startling pops as light bulbs explode down the street. In moments, they're closed in darkness. I didn't mean that literally, Lan Zhan thinks as he unsheathes his sword. Excuse me. Lan Zhan, what? Lan Zhan doesn't bother with discussion. He simply hauls Wei Ying on his sword and takes off. Even without the glasses dulling his vision, the dark is too complete, but he flies higher anyway and hopes that he doesn't tangle them in power lines. Below them, creatures laugh and hiss. The voices overlap, echoing off the buildings. It's impossible to tell how many enemies are below, but it sounds as if they're swarmed the entire block. Oh shit, Wei Ying whispers, clinging to Lan Zhan's coat as he peers below them. How many? Lan Zhan asks. A lot. Their situation must be truly dire if it has rendered Wei Ying monosyllabic. You can see better than I can, Lan Zhan says. Tell me where to go. Left. And higher. There's a sign sticking out of that. Oh, fuck, I didn't know they could do that. Do what? Lan Zhan demands, searching blindly for whatever Wei Ying is staring at. Go left! Wei Ying yells, slapping his shoulder. Lan Zhan veers left, but it's too late. The vampire that Wei Young spotted crawling up the building launches itself off the wall and flies straight toward them. Pause. If this really was me, reading The Princess Bride like the grandpa does, which was my original shtick, I'd be like, Buttercup does not get eaten at this time. Because things were getting a little tense there. The adrenaline was getting high. I had to pause and take a deep breath. Okay, back to the story. The vampire barrels into them, nearly knocking them all from the sword. Lan Zhan fights for balance and tries to hold on to Wei Young, but Wei Young is kicking wildly, the vampire clinging to his waist, and the vampire is growling and yanking at Wei Young. They spin and bob through a hurricane of yips and snarls. Lan Zhan wraps an arm tight around Wei Young's chest and tries to blast the vampire with his other hand, but it's impossible in the chaos to aim in this chaos. Be still, Lan Zhan growls in Wei Young's ear. Shockingly, Wei Young complies. The frenzied kicks stop, and Wei Young grips the arm Lan Zhan locked across his chest. Is this the right time to make a joke about Lan Zhan using that voice during sex? Because it feels like the wrong time, but I had to say it. The vampire uses that opportunity to sink his teeth into Wei Ying's thigh. Wei Young yelps, but doesn't move to knock him loose. Snarling, Lan Zhan blasts the vampire with all the force he can muster. It's dead before its teeth slip free of Wei Young's leg. Silently, it tumbles into the darkness. Wei Young trembles against him as Lan Zhan slows their spin and sends them straight up, soaring until they're clear of the buildings and the neighboring streets shine in a halo beyond the darkness. From somewhere far below, a voice calls, Han Wangxian, come back and play. Dark laughter joins the caller and fades slowly as they fly toward the light. Despite the risk of witnesses, Lan Zhan keeps going until they're free of one territory, and then flies a little farther still. Wei Young says nothing as they fly and grips Lan Zhan's arm until his hand is numb. They're pressed together so tightly that Lan Zhan can feel every tremor that ripples through Wei Young's body. His breath probably tickles Wei Young's neck, but neither of them mentions their strangely intimate position. Lan Zhan finally spots a rooftop where residents have set up a seating area and lands them amidst the camp chairs and dark string lights. Releasing Wei Young is unpleasant. Wei Young seems to agree, given how slowly he peels himself free and staggers off the sword. He drops into one of the camp chairs with a sigh. So that could have gone better. Lan Zhan grunts and kneels to examine Wei Young's leg. The black jeans hide the worst of the blood, but the denim is tacky all the way to the ankle. I don't think it's that bad, Wei Young says, as Lan Zhan gently spreads the ripped fabric apart. Pretty sure it stopped bleeding. Throbs like a motherfucker, though. An understatement, most likely, given the sizable chunk the vampire tore from Wei Young's thigh. It will heal, but it will hurt. Lan Zhan lays one hand high on Wei Young's thigh above the bite and cups the other around his ankle. Closing his eyes, he sends Wei Young a stream of qi. Oh, Wei Young gasps, wiggling in the chair. Oh, that's... What is that? Shh, be still. He grips Wei Young tighter and smiles when Wei Young obeys and stops wiggling. The rooftop is quiet enough to hear Wei Young's slow, deep breaths. He doesn't need to breathe, but perhaps it is calming to do so. After some time, Lan Zhan opens his eyes to inspect the bite. There is not much obvious improvement. How does it feel? Wei Young slowly lifts his head, which had tipped back against the chair, and blinks at him muzzily. Better? Kinda numb and warm. Warm? Lan Zhan narrows his eyes. Surely vampires cannot get infections. Good warm. Wei Young smiles dopily and pushes himself up. Nice warm. I should have known you had magical fairy healing powers. Lan Zhan rolls his eyes and stands up. We should go. Okay. Resisting the impulse to help Wei Young stand up, Lan Zhan walks toward the door leading below, which is blessedly unlocked. Another stroke of luck lets them reach the building's exit without meeting anyone. Once they reach the sidewalk, Lan Zhan reaches for his phone. You live on Overton, correct? He asks as he opens the Uber app. Lan Zhan is a classy date. Lan Zhan, are you going to escort me home? Wei Young grins at him a little drunkenly. Qi must have an unusual effect on vampires. Begs the question, is it Qi in general has an effect on vampires in general, or is it Lan Zhan's Qi on Wei Young? Lan Zhan ignores whatever emotion Wei Young is beaming at him and stares placidly until Wei Young actually answers the question. Of course he's going to escort Wei Young home, as if he'd just stick an injured person in an Uber and wish him well. Get real, Lan Zhan, you would absolutely do that to somebody you didn't like. You're only doing this because Wei Young is special. The yawning Uber driver ignores them. Late night drivers must be used to stranger things than bloody pants. As they ride through the quiet streets, Wei Young lays his head against the seat and blinks sleepily at Lan Zhan. Why did that guy call you Han Guangjun? Lan Zhan moves his eyes to the window, away from the strangely appealing vampire, before he does something ridiculous, like put an arm around him. It is just the title. Many cultivators have them. What does it mean? Jun is Lord, right? Something like that. Light-bearing Lord is a decent translation. He expected laughter and teasing, but Wei Young only hums thoughtfully. Because of your pretty, shiny eyes? I suppose so. That isn't entirely true, but the actual reason is much more grandiose and much more embarrassing. Well, it suits you. Lan Zhan dares a peek to his right and finds Wei Young smiling sweetly, his eyelids drooping. Adorable. Lan Zhan clamps his teeth together until his jaws ache. So I do impress you? He asks, too softly. Wei Young huffs a warm laugh and wiggles around until he's sideways on the seat, his cheek snuggled against the upholstery. Han Guangjun is very impressive. It's not every day a boy like me gets rescued by a handsome hero. Something clicks in Lan Zhan's throat as he swallows hard and tears his eyes away from Wei Young's face. Looking at the rip in Wei Young's jeans is easier than meeting his eyes at the moment. A poor rescue. Lan Zhan, Wei Young chides, poking his side. Don't feel bad. I get hurt worse than this making breakfast. Wei Young shrugs and closes his eyes. Toasters are tricky. They are sneaky little bastards. Let me make you breakfast, Lan Zhan thinks, but thankfully he stops himself from speaking such foolish words. Come on, just say it, do it. When they reach Wei Young's building, Lan Zhan trails him into the elevator and then to his door. Still muzzy, Wei Young says nothing about this until he unlocks the door and steps inside. Then he turns and attacks Lan Zhan with his most stunning smile so far. Lopsided and vulnerable, and so gorgeous it makes Lan Zhan's throat itch. Do you want to come in? Lan Zhan forces himself to shake his head. The Uber is waiting. Oh, right. Wei Young's delicate smile cracks. Well, thanks for, everything. Be well, Lan Zhan says, walking backwards. We will speak tomorrow. Sure, get home safe. Lan Zhan spins and walks away quickly. He pretends he doesn't feel Wei Young's eyes on his back. He pretends he doesn't want to accept Wei Young's invitation. He pretends that Wei Young only asked him inside to be polite, that neither of them is interested in more. For the entire ride home, he pretends that he isn't reliving how good it felt to hold Wei Young tight against him. Unfortunately, he has never been good at pretending. And that's the end of the chapter. Author's note. Next up, our boys get help from unlikely sources, and Lan Zhan wins at footsie. Man, I was half hoping he was just going to turn around and go right.
Okay, so welcome back to Bedtime Stories. This is chapter 5 of Wild in the Streets by danegen. I keep forgetting to ask the author how to properly say their username. One day I will remember. No, why don't I do it right now? I got a new portable, tiny, not the normal number of keys keyboard. It's wired. It's not even Bluetooth. But anyway, it's kind of ugly. It looks like a Windows keyboard for a school computer back in the 90s. Very nostalgia. But the cool part is it lights up RGB. Like the keys themselves don't light up, but the layer underneath lights up. And I've got it adjusted so it's a slow fade through the RGB, the rainbow spectrum. That's not important. I was just telling you, you're about to hear some mechanical clicking because I am using it. I'm at the library in one of their study rooms. I have it for a whole hour, which is great stuff. I personally am thrilled. But it does have a distinct noise. The feel is very good though when depressing the keys. Okay, I have sent the ask to danegen on the Tumblr post for this fic because the author is on Tumblr too and responds pretty well to me. So
That's fun. Fics are always more fun when I'm podficking them and the author interacts. So apparently my last chapter recorded for this fic was, oh, by the way, I'm borrowing my roommate's Chromebook. We went on an outing. Me and the Chromebook, not me and the roommate. The roommate is back at home. Anyway, we went on an outing, me and the Chromebook, to the library. Yay! And now we're here in the library. And I'm going to read for my oldest work in progress, which happens to be this fic. I haven't posted anything on this podfic since January, which today is, for me, April the 4th, I think. Let me double check that. Yes, Friday, April the 4th. And where'd the time go? I think about this story all the time. I don't know why I've never come back. I've been involved in a lot of, this is me making excuses, absolutely. I've been involved in a lot of fandom events for various fandoms, making stuff for that. And then, just pursuing the dopamine. Like, I've got a couple of online friends that I do little sprints with where they write a little fic and then I record a little podfic, so that's fun. And then people just keep writing new things and I keep finding old favorites, and somehow I just never got back to this one. But I'm planning on revamping the AO3 shell, so that'll look neat. I've made a new cover art for it to put up. I am still intending to learn how to play the long version of Baby Shark on my iPhone. That is going to happen. I'm trying a new setup with my Kindle, by the way, my e-reader. It's a little DIY microphone isolation box. So it's a ramen box, a multi-pack ramen box wrapped in a felt blanket that I cut some material off of. It was my niece's. She left it at my apartment. That makes it fair game. It was a big blanket. She won't notice. So it's a very cheerful sort of green. And my Kindle is in its child-proof case, because the fun colors you can only get with the kid cases. Plus, they're way more durable. So that's purple and pink. So it's just a very cheerful sort of appearance. Also, today I started my new ADHD script. I'm on Adderall for the first time in about a year. So very up. My speaking is a little bit quicker than normal, I've noticed. Y'all might notice too. So I'm going to try and watch my rate of reading so that it's not incomprehensible, but my heartbeat's a little bit faster than normal for me now. And I'm having a very up day because I'm just not used to, that meth. Very awake today. I'm going to crash so hard tonight. Oh my God. So anyway, chapter 3 is the latest post on AO3. So I go into chapter 4 of the OG fic, and I'm like, wait, this seems familiar. And then I dig into my recorded files on my e-reader, and I'm like, holy shit, I never even posted chapter 4. I did record chapter 4 on February the 9th, and somehow never posted it to AO3. I don't even know if it's on the Internet Archive. Let me go check. Did I put it on the Internet Archive? Oh, it is on the Internet Archive. Well, at least it's been there. So if someone accessed it and read it, listened to it, they got chapter 4. How come nobody told me I never posted chapter 4 to AO3? Okay, so anyway, here goes chapter 5. My apologies, timestamp like 6 minutes, 30 seconds. This chapter titled The Witch and the Doofus. Who is who? I bet Wei Wuxian is the doofus. Less than 5 minutes after Lan Zhang's report about last night hits the cloud, Lan Huan is at his door. Didi, are you all right? I'm fine. Lan Huan sinks into the visitor's chair and slumps over his knees. I hate this. You shouldn't be out there. That is our job, Lan Zhan says softly. Our responsibility. But when does it end? Lan Huan's hands drag down his face. Lan Zhan looks away. Even to him, Lan Huan has always chosen to show strength, confidence. Watching him strip off his defenses feels like betrayal. Hold up, did I just discover the secret of resizing things without losing my place? If I highlight a paragraph, let's see if it works for a word, and change the zoom, it mostly stays on the page? No, that was just coincidental, never mind. The whole paragraph thing seemed to do something though. If you have a whole paragraph highlighted, it stays one zoom clicky to the top. Interesting. Okay, sorry. I've been struggling with changing the zoom if I adjust the things and losing my spot. And okay, back to Lan Huan. But when does it end? Lan Huan's hands drag down his face. Lan Zhan looks away. Even to him, Lan Huan has always chosen to show. Oops, we read that. I don't believe it does. Our duty is eternal, Lan Huan agrees with a sigh. I accept that. What I cannot accept is losing yet another member of my family to those monsters. Lan Zhan can say nothing to that. He was young when their father was killed by Wen Wuxian. Too young to remember the man, really. It is different for his brother. Lan Huan remembers when their family was whole. His entire life, Lan Huan has tried to fill in the absence their father's death left, to become what his family needed, what the council needed. And now he has a family of his own, a husband and a daughter. The burden has grown heavier still. You aren't going out alone again, Lan Huan says. It's too dangerous. Lan Zhan takes a deep breath and forces himself to meet his brother's eyes. I was not alone. Wei Yong was with me. For several chilling moments, Lan Huan does nothing but stare at him like he's searching for his brother in the mad stranger on the other side of the desk. That was not in your report, Lan Huan says finally. It was not. This is not the first time the vampire has accompanied you. It is not phrased as a question, but Lan Zhan nods anyway. Lan Huan stands up and paces behind the chair. The office only allows 3 strides before he must turn around and retrace his steps. Lan Zhan, what are you thinking? I was just about to say this exact phrase. Very little, actually. For perhaps the first time in his life, Lan Zhan has given over to impulse. For once, he reached for what he wanted, rather than considering how his actions aligned with the principles instilled in him by his uncle and the council. There is no logic to it, no reason that he can possibly use to defend himself. Yet, he is right to defend Wei Yong. Of that, he is absolutely certain. Wei Yong wishes to discover what happened to him, Lan Zhan says after Lan Huan has marched a few more turns across the office. The one are his enemies as much as they are ours. Lan Huan whirls to face him. He is a vampire, He is my friend, Lan Zhan snaps. Don't be a hater, Lan Huan. Lan Huan staggers back until he bumps into the wall. Your friend? As you know, I have not had many, Lan Zhan says, the words trembling on his tongue. I apologize for obscuring his involvement. It seemed unwise to reveal it in my reports. You think that's what I'm concerned about? Lan Zhan's phone buzzes on his desk, and he snatches it up, grateful for the interruption. The message is, of course, from Wei Young. Meet me here, ASAP, followed by an unfamiliar address. The lack of emojis and teasing is as alarming as the message itself. Lan Zhan pushes back from his desk and grabs his coat. Excuse me, something has come up. Is it him? Lan Huan asks. Never has his brother sounded so suspicious of him. Irritation nips at the back of Lan Zhan's neck. He is not a teenager going through some rebellious phase. He didn't even do that when he was an actual teenager. Yes. Lan Zhan shoves the phone in his pocket and strides to the door. I'll be sure to inform you of what transpired in my next report. He keeps walking, even when Lan Huan calls after him. Fucking mic drop moment, Lan Wangji. Okay, that's a scene break. Lan Zhan texts Wei Young from the back seat of the taxi he stole from an irate businessman. Nice. But gets no response. His call goes unanswered. No matter how tightly he squeezes his phone, it stays silent. When he can't bear sitting still any longer, he tells the driver to stop so that he can go the rest of the way on foot. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that I was playing music still down around my neck. I was getting things ready and I forgot to put my headphones up. Hold on. Let me fix that. Whoops. Okay. The music is back in just my ears, not everybody's. Oh, seasonal allergies. I hate you. I know growing things and pollen are important, but ugh. Okay, oh no, what happened to Wei Young? No matter how tightly he squeezes his phone, it stays silent. When he can't bear sitting still any longer, he tells the driver to stop so that he can go the rest of the way on foot. He runs the last few blocks, weaving through pedestrians and ignoring their barks. The address Wei Young sent him leads him to a row of apartments. As he runs toward the one he seeks, a woman walks out. He puts on speed to catch the door before it can close behind her and ignores her protest as he lunges inside. The apartment number Wei Young sent is on the 3rd floor. He bypasses the elevator and leaps up the stairs. On the 3rd floor, he slows to a jog to scan the doors for apartment 319. Hold on. I made it full screen, but then it resized and jumped away. I don't like it full screen. No, it's too wide. Don't like it. Make it half screen. Make it 3/4. Okay, that's what we were doing before. Still best. You know, sometimes you got to set up and you're like, this works okay, but would it work better this other way? And then you just try it without, really thinking about what you're doing. Poor impulse control. My old friend. Nemesis. I use a large mouse cursor, because I'm like kind of low vision, and that's nice usually, but now it's taking up too much space and it's distracting me while I'm trying to read. So where all right, still larger than normal, but not fucking ginormous. Okay, let's try that. Better. The apartment number Wei Young sent is on the 3rd floor. He bypasses the elevator and leaps up the stairs. On the 3rd floor, he slows to a jog to scan the doors for apartment 319. As he passes 315, he stumbles to a stop. Among the echoes of TV commercials and strangers' conversation, he hears his mother's voice. That's weird. That's suspicious. Sorry. The next breath he manages stabs at his lungs. He throws open the door to 319 and runs through the foyer. Wei Young meets him in the archway at the end of the foyer, his eyes huge and alarmed. Lan Zhan! Behind Wei Young, Lan Zhan's mother and another woman sit in armchairs. Anyang? Lan Zhan gasps and pushes past Wei Young to go to his mother. Oh, how was I reading her? I think I was doing it pretty high-pitched. I've been having trouble with high-pitched voices recently, being so hoarse with the poem. Okay, let's see what I can do. Lanjana, Anyang scolds. What are you doing barging in like that? You didn't even knock. Apologize to Mrs. Song. Oh, it's all right, the other woman, presumably Mrs. Song, says. Look how concerned he is, the poor boy. So worried about his mother. Yingar, didn't you tell him Mrs. Jiu was here? I'm so sorry, Lanjan, Wei Young says from the archway. It just all happened so fast. I came over here to tell my mother what was happening, and then she called your mother, and... Your mother? Lanjan, surprise, meet the moms. An ambush. Your mother? Lanjan looks from... No, how would he say that? Your mother? Lanjan looks from Wei Young to the woman in the armchair, who's smiling a familiar, impish smile. Song Se San Rin, Mrs. Song. It's nice to meet you, Lanjan, Mrs. Song says, grinning now. Yingar has told me so much about you. The two women share a conspiratorial look that Lanjan doesn't care for at all. You know each other? He asks his mother. Of course, Anyang says. Once upon a time, Mrs. Song and I were good friends. I had no idea your Wei Young was her son. It's so funny, isn't it? Mrs. Song says. I'm so glad to see Mrs. Jiu again. We were so close back in our hunting days. I'm sorry, that came out very British. Haunting days. Lan Zhan turns to Wei Young, who shrugs helplessly. And just imagine, Mrs. Song says. Now our sons have become friends. I couldn't be happier. The two women turn their conniving smiles on Lan Zhan and Wei Young. The terror Lan Zhan felt before pales in comparison to what those smiles produce. Numbly, he obeys his mother's command and drops onto the couch. Maybe sitting will make him feel less like he's going to faint. Oh no, what a rough day for Lan Zhan. Wei Young also feeling existential horror, terror for his life. Later, as they're sitting around Mrs. Song's table eating takeout, Wei Young says to Lan Zhan, so there I was, finally confessing to the whole vampire thing, terrified that my mother would think I was crazy or she'd chase me out with a broom, and it turns out she already knew all about this supernatural stuff. Weeks, Mrs. Song huffs. He was attacked weeks ago, and he only now thought to tell his poor mother. Wei Young points accusingly with his chopsticks. And how long did you keep ghosts and goblins a secret from me, huh? Years, lady, years. That's different, Mrs. Song says. Your father and I never wanted that life for you. And after we lost him and I lost my arm, she gestures with the prosthesis that Lan Zhan had overlooked in his earlier fright. I thought it was better that you didn't know. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say, keeping knowledge from your children has never worked ever in the history of ever. They always find that shit out at the most inconvenient times. You can just tell them, I don't wish to discuss it at this time, but we will at this appointed time. And if you need information in the meantime, here is a resource. Please learn responsibly, take care of yourself, and, come to me if you do have specific questions. It's just that I'm traumatized and don't want to talk about it right now. Hiding the things from your children has never kept them safe from it, ever. Wei Young agrees with me. Yeah, that turned out great. Wei Young mutters, and his mother flicks his ear. Don't talk with your mouth full, she snaps. You don't even need to eat anymore, so at least chew your food before you speak. Wei Young rolls his eyes and jams more noodles in his mouth. Many species of vampire cannot tolerate human food. I'm sorry, I saw Lan Zhan and didn't even notice the part where it said apostrophe S mother. Let me back up. Many species of vampire cannot tolerate human food, Lan Zhan's mother says. She peers at Wei Young with unabashed glee. His mother loves nothing so much as learning something new. Do you find that food tastes different now? Does it have any effect on your desire to feed? Wei Young cuts his eyes at Mrs. Song as he swallows the wad of noodles he just stuffed in his mouth. He says, as he dabs a napkin over his mouth. It tastes pretty much the same, I guess. I feel kind of full after I eat, but I still want, the other stuff. Interesting, Anyang says. And how does your desire for blood differ from human hunger? Anyang, Lan Zhan mutters. Her charming curiosity is swiftly heading toward coarse interrogation. Oh, I'm sorry, Anyang says, chuckling. I don't mean to pry. No, it's okay, Wei Young says, but he squirms in his seat. You know a lot more about all this than I do. I really appreciate you and Lan Zhan helping me. It's my pleasure, Anyang says, patting Wei Young's hand. If I hadn't said so before, I'm so sorry that this happened to you. We'll help you however we can. Wei Young looks down at her hand on his with wide eyes and a hesitant smile. and Lan Zhan's heart does a somersault. How did she know just what Wei Yong needed? How does she make reaching out look so effortless? He can never hope to learn such easy kindness and understanding. But you can keep practicing. Kindness does not come naturally to most of us, but we can keep practicing. The understanding, I don't know how to advise you on that one, dude. See, Mrs. Song says to Wei Yong, didn't I tell you she was amazing? Yeah, you were right, as usual. Wei Yong sniffles and grins at Lan Zhan's mother as she takes her hand back. I have a few questions of my own, if you don't mind. Lan Zhan stifles a sigh as his mother nods. He has no doubt what Wei Yong is curious about. So, Wei Yong begins, leaning over his plate to peer at Lan Zhan's mother. Lan Zhan is pretty tight-lipped about the whole Fei thing. Smirking, Anyang cuts her eyes at Lan Zhan's glasses. Is it lore drop time? Hers are unsurprisingly perched on top of her head. Is he now? He likes his secrets. Wei Yong flutters his lashes at Lan Zhan, right in front of their mothers, and nudges his foot under the table. He gets so annoyed when I ask him questions. I get annoyed at your ridiculous jokes, Lan Zhan says. He traps Wei Yong's toes under his boot and applies pressure until Wei Yong squeaks. My jokes, ow, Lan Zhan, let me go. My jokes are hilarious. My Zhan has never liked being teased, Anyang says with a horrible shark smile. While Lan Zhan is dodging her cheek pinch, Wei Yong manages to wriggle his foot free and kick Lan Zhan's leg. Stop it, Lan Zhan hisses. You stop it, Wei Yong hisses back. Wei Yong, behave yourself, Mrs. Song says, stern despite the laugh she's obviously holding back. What will Mrs. Jiu think? He started it, Wei Yong yelps. Don't let that pretty face fool you. He's a monster. Their moms think they're so cute. Oh my god. Lan Zhan rolls his eyes and escapes to the restroom before he does something truly childish. When he returns, his mother is allowing Wei Yong to examine her eyes. Oh no, Lan Zhan, you left them unsupervised. What's that quote? You're a grown-ass adult. In my defense, you left me unsupervised. They're just like Lan Zhan's, Wei Yong says. Well, as far as I can tell from the little glimpse he gave me. He turns to scowl at Lan Zhan, then goes back to gazing at Anyang. Yes, Lan Zhan's mother says, but his brother's eyes are silver like my mother's. Really? That's so cool. Wei Yong finally sits back and turns to Lan Zhan. What color are your father's eyes? Brown. Brown, Lan Zhan grunts. Sorry, the first time I said brown, it was only with my throat. I forgot to drop it down into my chest. His father wasn't Fei, Anyang says. Wei Yong blinks at her use of past tense and shoots Lan Zhan an uneasy glance. Most cultivators are human, Mrs. Song says, like me and your father. Once upon a time, things were different, Anyang says, but these days, Fei aren't usually welcome in cultivation clans. She chuckles dryly. At least, I am not welcome. Anyang, Lan Zhan begins, but she waves him off. Clan prejudice. Clan prejudice isn't worth discussing, Anyang continues. What we should focus on is how to help our young Wei Young. Our young Wei Young. I do need a lot of help, Wei Young says, grinning and twirling a chopstick. I've never really thought before about how the sound in the Mandarin is fairly similar to young, except we kind of say the G, young, with that g in the back of the throat, whereas the ing, which is, very tempting to say ying with that nasal, but it's more like Wei Young. Wei Young. Yeah, I'm still working on it. Hold on. Let's fact check. I've got it on the soundboard. I downloaded a clip of somebody who had broken it up into little chopped up bits to double check. I feel pretty comfortable with how I say Wei Wuxian and Wei Young, but sometimes I just have these moments of doubt, like, do I suck at saying everything? So sometimes I just double check. Here we go.
魏婴，
Let's
魏婴，魏婴，
Wei Young,
魏婴，魏无羡，
Wei Wuxian,
魏无羡，
Xian,
魏无羡，
That's right. That's
魏
right.
无羡，
Now let's double check the rest of them since we're in here.
蓝湛，
Lan Jan,
蓝
Lan
湛，
Jan,
蓝
Lan
湛，
Jan.
蓝湛，
Huan is very similar.
蓝焕，
Lan Huan,
蓝
Lan
焕，
Huan. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, so I forgot whose suggestion it was in the Discord chat to do a soundboard app, which, they were talking about Android, but Apple had a pretty decent one too. What is this app called, actually? I think it's just called Soundboard. Yeah, it's called Soundboard. It's got a purple square with a white play triangle as the icon. And if you download whatever little sound bites, and with the free membership, you get 24 of your own sounds. So I have 24 modal related words loaded in there. Okay, when I'm done with this hour in the library room, which has 30 minutes left, by the way, I am definitely going to need to eat lunch. I am feeling a little lightheaded. All right. Turn my headphones back on. I get so distracted by other people's conversations. It's a good thing that the library is a quiet place, quiet rooms, but then I'm like distracted by my own thoughts and outside sounds and people who do happen to speak, even more so. I've gotten so used to like powering through reading at home with the various background noises like the air conditioner and the noisy fridge, and when I'm out on the patio, like the road noise from the highway and like the neighbor noises and roommate noises or the kids that I'm babysitting, on the rare occasion where I'm actually able to record while they are conscious. Being in this quiet space is great, but now everything is more distracting because of the contrast. So that's why I super especially need my headphones with the music on to focus on. Oh, I love this song. Have you guys ever heard Octahate by Rin Weaver? It's a good song. It's a very Wangxian song, but in their breakup phase, because it's not a happy song, but the beats, it's got a good beat. Okay. I do need a lot of help, Wei Young says, grinning and twirling a chopstick. I'm still trying to remember not to walk out into the sunshine. Of course, Anyang smacks the table. Sunlight, I wanted to tell you. She jumps up and goes to her enormous handbag still slouched by the recliners. She returns with a file folder and rifles through what looks like... Hold on, with 2 Fs, is that still rifles or is it riffles? Let's investigate. A shallow landform and a flowing channel. Okay.
Riffle.
Riffle. It is riffle.
Riffle.
Riffles. Also, to turn over something, especially the pages of a book, quickly and casually. Huh. Oh, apparently the rocky or shallow part of a stream or river with rough water is specifically a North American usage. For example, the river's sweeping riffles and deep pools provide a superb habitat for salmon. Now we know. She returns with a file folder and riffles through it with what looks like printouts from the internet. After Lan Zhan told me what happened, I did some research. If I can just find... Ah, there it is. Beaming, she hands Wei Ying a sheet of paper. Mrs. Song presses against Wei Ying's side to read the paper. Daffin Apothecary? I know that place. I had no idea they were still in business. I called to check, An Yang says. I spoke to a lovely woman there. She has just what you need. A cure? Wei Ying gasps. No, dear, Mrs. Song says, petting his hair. I've told you, there's no cure. You have to accept that. We both do. Wei Ying wilts under his mother's hand, and Lan Zhan drops his eyes, unwilling to intrude on their sorrow. Then what? Wei Ying croaks. Well, why don't you go find out? Mrs. Song says. When Lan Zhan dares to look up, Wei Ying is staring at him, excitement overcoming his dismay. Hey, Lan Zhan, you want to do some shopping? Of course he would, An Yang says. You boys go on. Mrs. Song and I have a lot to catch up on. Before Lan Zhan can process what's happening, he and Wei Ying are shooed out the door. Wei Ying barely had time to grab his umbrella from the rack in the foyer. Mothers, Wei Ying says with a shrug. Their mothers are sure to have a long discussion involving several decisions about their sons' lives that their sons will, of course, have no say in. Well, you know, in this case, I think if they're matchmaking, you'll be happy about the results. And that's a scene break. Hold on, I need a drink. When they reach the sidewalk, Wei Ying unfurls the enormous black umbrella over his head. I hope this place has at least... No, that doesn't make sense. I hope this place at least has vampire sunblock. I'm really tired of carrying around this umbrella. I look like a doofus. I was right. Wei Wuxian is the doofus. You are a doofus, Zhan mutters as he stabs at the Uber app. Their mothers could at least have let them order a ride before kicking them out. I'm going to tell your mother that you were mean to me, Wei Ying says. She will understand once she knows you better. Sick burn. I love a sassy Lan Wangji. Mean. Are you getting an Uber? It's only a few blocks. Let's just walk. Lan Zhan cocks his eyebrow at the enormous umbrella. You prefer to look like a doofus? Wei Young sticks out his tongue and skips away. Hurry up, Tinkerbell! Flutter those fairy wings! The banter, it's so good. Sighing, Lan Zhan jams his phone back in his pocket and trudges after him. Ooh, snap, crackle, pop. How disappointed would his mother be if he stole that umbrella and smacked Wei Young in the head with it? As they often do, his eyes drop to Wei Young's extremely tight jeans and the amazing ass they encase. So thirsty. Such a thirsty boy. It would be a shame to destroy an ass that amazing, even if said ass belongs to an incredibly aggravating vampire. Oh my god, that reminds me of a crack video. So I have like a playlist of a YouTube playlist of Mo Dowser Show themed crack videos. You know, well, my favorite is the series. Wow, that was a big stutter. My favorite series, there we go, was that more understandable? My favorite series is called The Untamed but Weird. And it might be in that one, it might be in one of the other ones. Because I remember the scenes more than I remember who made the videos. So every time I'm like, oh, let's reference this video, I get to go back and watch them all to find it, to make a clip to share with y'all. Which, by the way, not a chore to me. It's a joy. Don't worry about that effort. Anyway, so what I'm going to be looking for is this one where somebody's like, well, it is an ass worth saving. It's like, cheers, mate, you saved my ass. And you're like, it is an ass worth saving. Which makes my brain free associate to one of my favorite movie scenes where somebody's making a joke about appreciating their own ass. And that would be the moment where Captain America is looking at his body double, you know, when he's being mimicked. And he goes, that is America's ass, you know, or something like that. So funny. Fuck, back to the story. Okay. Literally grabbing a hold of my attention span and yanking it back. It would be a shame to destroy an ass that amazing, even if said ass belongs to an incredibly aggravating vampire. For much too long, his eyes track the sway of Wei Young's hips, ridiculously sexy even with the umbrella shading his shimmy. I like that phrase, shading his shimmy. Those tight jeans display every flex and wiggle. The word plump, that's italicized by the way, the word plump comes to mind. Well, yeah. Lan Zhan wants a bite of that juicy peach. Normally, Lan Zhan would find that term unpleasant, but plump is perfect for an ass that deliciously round and soft enough to sink his finger. Wei Young turns back, and Lan Zhan yanks his eyes back up, hopefully before Wei Young noticed how closely Lan Zhan was monitoring his ass. I don't know, you've got like even odds. One, Wei Young is that oblivious, has no idea you're fine. The other hand, he is intentionally walking in front of you in order to display his ass and hopes you are noticing. Who's to say with that chaotic gremlin? We would only know if we had his POV. Wow, I am really having difficulty enunciating today. Thank you for your patience, my dear listeners. Mortified at himself, Lan Zhan lets Wei Young raise the umbrella over both their heads. He doesn't even argue when Wei Young links their arms. it's the least he can do to make up for his shameless behavior. Is this self-assigned punishment, Lan Zhan? Oh no, I have to walk arm in arm with the hottest little boy on the hottest little vampire. My favorite. Wei Young is not a little boy. That's not what I meant to say. I think I was going for boy toy and it all just kind of mushed together. Even though you are a very mean person who loves to abuse me, Wei Young says, I wanted to apologize again for not warning you about your mom being there. I didn't mean to freak you out like that. It was bad enough telling my mom about the whole vampire thing, but then your mom came over and they ganged up on me. I was overwhelmed with mothers. Wei Young is so fun to read. The run-on sentences, I gotta take deep breaths so I can get all the way through them. Even imagining facing those two alone makes Lan Zhan's lungs shrivel. I bet it wasn't just your lungs that shriveled. I understand. I may have overreacted. Wei Young snorts and hugs his arm. Well, perhaps Wei Wuxian should learn how to text not urgent, but please come when you can. You know, because like to people, at least to me, with my flavor of neurodivergence, which I'm pretty sure is what's the new phrase? AUDHD, autism and ADHD comorbid together. Comorbid just means in the same body, by the way, but I think it sounds cool to say. Odd. How do you pronounce that out loud? Oddhood. Oddhood. Because I'm odd. This is my oddhood. Not my adulthood, it's my oddhood. That is probably not nearly as funny to anyone else as it is to me, but oh my god, that's making me laugh so hard. Oh my god, I started a lot of new medications in the past few days. Like I just had a checkup with my doctor and my blood work was shit. She's like, oh my god, it's a new PCP. Like she's very nice and accommodating of my being queer and neurodivergent and like you know, I had run out of ADHD medicine a long time ago because my previous provider was like, you're unemployed, you don't need ADHD medicine. We don't give class whatever stimulants to people who aren't working. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, I guess I'll just go die. And then, you know, I moved states and just this is the first time I've had a PCP, primary care provider, in quite some time, especially one who's so sympathetic and encouraging of my goals. Because like I have bipolar depression, or at least that's my diagnosis. But like, okay, pause for story time. Just until this is over, I'm gonna lay it out. So I have a number of diagnoses. I am a very special snowflake. But the way things overlap, you know how people with neurodivergence and autism and ADHD are frequently diagnosed with things like anxiety and depression, and there is a prevailing theory amongst the neurodivergent community and perhaps some healthcare providers, I don't know, that these autism and ADHD are not mental illnesses, right? Those are different brain structures, the neurodivergence. The anxiety and the depression, those are mental illnesses. Those are chemical imbalances in your brain. ADHD and autism are neurostructures. That's how your brain is literally put together. That's how the tissue's formed. That's the neuron paths through your brain, okay? People lump them together and act like autism is a medical condition in that it is a disorder and something is wrong. It's not. Anxiety and depression happen more often to people with neurodivergence because of the way that it's harder for us to exist in the world the way it is structured to suit the preferences of neurotypicals and societal expectations like that, right? So I go outside and everything's too bright and everything smells too much and like people want to touch me and talk to me, and I just need a dark, quiet corner where I go into other buildings and there's fluorescent lights, and that's like, oh, I hate it, or it's too warm, or just all of these environmental things that are difficult for me to process, because sensory processing disorder is often, disorder. It's just a difference. It's not a disorder. It's just different than a neurotypical, but it's called a disorder because it's not, normal compared to a neurotypical. So our entire existence is classed as a, medical condition, like a sickness, and I hate that. I am not an illness just by existing. Yeah. But anyway, so I have bipolar depression. That might be genetic. The autism is absolutely genetic. And I don't like the medication I was on previously. It was an antipsychotic called lorazepam, and it did control the manic periods. I had no manic periods. Manic periods are associated with high emotions, lots of times irrationality, not irrational, but very short decision making spans, like very little outside observable deliberation went on. There was a lot of thinking about it, but poor impulse control, short decision making periods, like it happens quickly, snap decisions, I guess you call them. Irresponsible financial choices, things of that nature. But on the flip side, energy levels are very high, lots of creativity, lots of social interaction, battery powered up, right? Normally, I'm not one to super want to interact with lots of people all at the same time, even though I am capable of making friendships and they're very dear to me. Just I only have so much energy towards interpersonal interactions, whether in person or online. So I try and keep them in small bursts. Or I can do it and be empowered and enriched by it, but still drained and tired afterwards, right? The word for that, I think, used to be introvert. Like, you might still like being around people, but it drains you, whereas an extrovert would be considered to, their batteries are powered up by interacting with other people, and they get sad when they're alone, versus I am perfectly fine being alone, especially if I have a good story or an internet connection, when I'm never truly alone. But they need IRL, interpersonal interaction, and like hugs and cuddling and stuff. And I'm like, I'm a cat. I am autistic, just like my cat is. I will deign to let you pet me, but I'm walking away when I'm done with it, right? Good cuddle. Let's talk next time. Where was I even going with any of this? Oh yeah, I started some new meds yesterday because my blood panels came back, and my doctor was like, well, your vitamin D is shit and your cholesterol is concerningly high, and your ADHD being unmedicated, I think, is causing some of your depression. Do you want medicine for the depression? Do you want medicine for the high cholesterol stuff? And I'm like, okay, so here's the deal. I didn't like lorazepam. I never want to be on it again. I had no manic periods, but I was just gray all the time because I still experience the downs. Because bipolar depression, you have manic periods and you have down periods. There's not much in between. So I didn't have the manic periods, and I was just very gray all the time. And when I went off my lorazepam because I couldn't afford it anymore, the manic periods came back, but suddenly I was taking joy in things again, like getting excited about shit. And that's one of the things that played into the timing of when I started podficking. There was a lot of things that played into that, and if somebody wants to know, I can go into it in a different time. But I'm trying to circle back to the point of this. The point of this is that I started a new medicine that I actually slept for 6 hours last night. It was incredible. I'm so rested. And then I took ADHD, which is literally legalized small dose methamphetamines this morning. And I am so fucking hyper relatively. Just like, I'm so awake. I'm so plugged in. I'm so tuned in. I'm dialed in, right? And it's a weird feeling compared to how I've been existing recently. So I'm feeling a little bit shaky, like my heart's going a little faster than I've been used to. So now I'm going to try and finish this story in 7 minutes. I don't know if I can, but we'll see how far I get. Thank you for coming along with me on that diatribe that ended at minute 57 plus a couple seconds. I don't know when it started. I'll have to catch that on the re-listen and put a timestamp in for people who want to skip it. Wei Young snorts and hugs his arm. Hugs his arm? That's so cute. Maybe, but I don't blame you. I would have been freaked out too. My mom is all I've got, you know? Oh no, he can't handle Wei Young being adorable while they're making physical contact. He searches for something banal to say and comes up with, "She seems capable." "Oh yeah," Wei Young says with a chuckle. "I knew that even before I found out she used to be a monster hunter. But she's still my mom." Understandable. It's so nice that Wei Young gets to have a good relationship with his mom in this story. They both get good relationships with their moms. They're not bonding over being orphans. They're bonding over having good relationships with their moms. Oh my God, that's so sweet. I'm going to cry. Like, it's so beautiful. I'm estranged from both of my parents, so it's a little raw. But it's so nice that the Blorvos get to be happy with their moms. Understandable. His own mother is powerful, knowledgeable, and most of all, formidable. But that has never stopped him from worrying about her. She seems to be taking the news well. That her only son is a member of the Walking Dead? Yeah, I guess so. There were some tears at first, then some yelling. That's just the processing. But that's my mother, ever practical in the face of tragedy. Wei Young's shrug pushes against Lan Zhan's shoulder. Your mom seems pretty great. Lan Zhan nods and tries to relax. But it's difficult with Wei Young pressed against his side. If Wei Young notices Lan Zhan's turmoil, he doesn't mention it. And they reach their destination without Wei Young combusting in the daylight, or Lan Zhan combusting from horny frustration. The directions on his... hiccup. The directions on his mother's printout lead them down a shady alley, literally and figuratively. At the end of the alley, they find a door bearing a small bronze plaque. Wei Young squints at the plaque's corroded letters. Looks like this is the place. Without hesitation, Wei Young yanks at the door's rusted handle. A bell tinkles dully over their heads, and Wei Young prances inside before Lan Zhan can object. Wei Young is like one of the few people you can actually describe his movement as prancing. That's just how he moves, yeah? Sighing, Lan Zhan follows him. Even compared to the alley, the shop is dark enough that Lan Zhan pushes his glasses down to peer over the top. Oh wow, Wei Young breathes, already prowling through the shop, his fingers trailing over everything he passes. He would touch everything. I bet when he was little, his mom had to tell him, look with your eyes, not with your hands, all the time. But we just want to know what it feels like. Cha. The little shop is crammed with tables coated with fine powder. Tall cabinets line the walls, making the narrow room feel even more crowded. Baskets of herbs hang from the ceiling, which Lan Zhan discovers by bumping his head on one of them. When he steadies the swaying basket, he catches the unmistakable scent of nightshade. Lan Zhan, Wei Young whispers, is this a magic shop? Lan Zhan removes his glasses to get a better look at the talisman stacked on one of the tables. removes his glasses to get a better look. It appears so. The talismans are just proof of what he already felt tingling in his meridians. This shop must have been here for decades, long enough for the magic to soak into the very walls. So cool! Lanjan, why didn't you tell me there were magic shops? Because I didn't know they existed, Lanjan admits. In the dim room, Wei Yung's eyes glow maroon and violet. Before he met Wei Yung, Lanjan never noticed vampires' eyes. All he cared about was their fangs and keeping those fangs away from his throat. How much of the world has he overlooked? How much information has the council suppressed? That is part of becoming an adult. Not even becoming part of an adult. That is part of the realization about accountability and self-agency, I guess. While he's brooding about that, let me clarify. I don't mean that children or youths, like teenagers, becoming legal adults, because, the age of adulthood varies person to person, right? In terms of like emotional and mental competence, in terms of taking care of themselves and being ready to interact with the world without supervision. And frankly, I think I'm still not quite there yet. I've been a legal adult for quite some time, but I don't often feel confident that people should be letting me operate in the world unsupervised, Although on the flip side, I do get somewhat offended when my, the adults in my life are like looking at me side-eyed, like, are you sure that's what you should be doing? And I'm like, the consequences were well considered. I may come to regret them in the future, but believe me, I am making this decision with some forethought, Aw, shit. There's the time. Okay, so we're leaving off on how much of the world has he overlooked and how much information has the council suppressed. That is actually a pretty good place to leave off. Okay, so that's where we're coming back to. Oh, there's not much of this left, but I have to give the room up. Recording in progress. Start here. So yeah, thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories, Library Edition. And I appreciate you coming along with me on this story journey, as well as learning more about me as a person and my various health issues, which, if you weren't interested, I apologize. But if you were interested and it, brought you some clarity, or you do have questions, I am happy to discuss neurodivergence and how that interacts and intersects with mental health conditions and underlying physical health conditions. They often are comorbid. If you'd like to talk more about that, reach out. I'm happy to discuss that. So yeah, hopefully I'll be back much sooner than a month and a half with chapter 6. Y'all take care. All right. Hello, welcome back to Bedtime Stories. It's still April the 4th, and we're gonna finish this chapter. That's chapter 5 of Wild in the Streets. When we left off, Lan Wangji was introspecting. How much of the world has he overlooked? How much information has the council suppressed? Hi, Norbert. What's up? You want to go inside? There you go. While he's brooding about that, Wei Yung clutches his arm. Lan Zhan follows his gaze. Why do I start yawning now? Maybe because it's after 11 and I should be sleeping. Lan Zhan follows his gaze to the back of the shop, where a woman stands with her hands folded, staring at them. A beaded curtain sways behind her. Somehow she entered the room without making a sound. Is this Wangxian? Who are you? She demands. Hi, Wei Yun says. I'm Wei Yun. This is Lan Zhan. Her eyes lock on Lan Zhan. Your counsel? Yes. And you're a vampire. He'd know that even if he couldn't see the rose red of her eyes. This one's power is strong enough to raise the hair on his arms. My mother spoke to someone here about helping Wei Yun. Your mother? The woman asks. Yes. Her name is Jiu Yinghuo. I don't believe she was aware you were a vampire when she sent us here. No, we didn't discuss that. She's a vampire? Wei Yun hisses in Lan Zhan's ear, as if the woman can't hear him. A vampire witch? A vampire doctor, the woman corrects with a tiny smirk. I'm Wangxian. Ice crackles down Lan Zhan's spine. His fingers twitch, ready to call his sword. This is not one territory. That's why we're here, Wangxian says. My family is only distantly related to those Wens. We are healers. We have been for centuries. Her eyes move to Wei Yun. This one is new. He's the one Mrs. Zhou mentioned. Wei Yun trots towards this potentially dangerous foe like a friendly golden retriever. That's me, and don't worry about Lan Zhan. He looks like a sourpuss, but he's really a sweetheart. He's been helping me out. Wangqing. No, that's not how we say it. Wangqing. Hold on. Okay, I'm having doubts, so we're gonna phone a friend again. Soundboard it is. I'm pretty sure I have her name in here. Yes.
情温
Wangqiang.
情温情
Wangqiang. Okay. Okay. Wangqiang. I promise the recording is still going and I'm still here. I just have to restart my tunes. Okay, here we go. Wangqiang peers around Wei Yun to study Lan Zhan. That's unusual. Well, he did want to kill me at first. Wei Yun grins brightly and picks up one of the bowls scattered around the store. So what kind of magic do you do? Tell me everything. Hold on, I gotta adjust my chair. That's better. Oh, by the way, forgot to say, we're out on the patio, but the tablet is in the little microphone isolation box. So hopefully that cuts down on the car noises that you hear from the highway next to our house. Faster than Lan Zhan can track, Wangqiang snatches the bowl out of Wei Ying's hands. The incredulous look she sends Lanjian is both familiar and gratifying. Despite himself, Lanjian begins to like her. They're looking at each other like, you see this shit? I don't advise touching anything, Lanjian tells Wei Ying. To Wangxian, he says, he was turned against his will, likely by one of the one, then abandoned. He knows nothing. Oops, sorry, that was not his voice. I don't advise touching anything. He was turned against his will, likely by one of the one, then abandoned. He knows nothing. He walked here under an umbrella. Can you help him? Against his will? Wangxian repeats, her horror evident. In the same tone, an umbrella? He is a doofus, Lanjian says wearily. A humble doofus pleading for the wise vampire witch's help. Wei Ying agrees. For a moment, Wangxian stands silently, her eyes closed and face pained. Finally, she sighs. Come with me. The song I'm listening to just said Hot Girl Bummer Anthem, and I think that might be her new motto. Hot Girl Bummer Anthem. Okay. They follow her through the beaded curtain to a room lit with a clouded antique ceiling fixture. The light struggles to reach them through the corpses of dozens of bugs who met their end in that green glass. Ew. I can't believe she tolerates her shop looking like that. With the bugs. Ugh. Maybe it's camouflage. Wangxian ushers Wei Ying to a sagging couch, then rummages around in yet another cabinet. From the cabinet, she produces a talisman and sticks it on Wei Ying's chest. The sigil immediately glows red. What does that mean? Wei Ying asks. When she doesn't answer, he turns to Lanjian. Lanjian shakes his head. Vampire witch magic is new to him too. Frowning, Wangxian rips off the talisman and tosses it aside. She cups Wei Ying's face and turns it side to side. What do you know about your abilities? I can move really fast, and I'm stronger. A lot stronger. Oh, and I've got Jedi mind powers. What? Wangxian scowls down at him. He taught himself to glamour, Lanjian says, and winces at the pride in his voice. Oh, hold on. Pride in his voice. He taught himself to glamour. What about telepathy? Empathy? Mind reading? Wei Ying squeaks. His eyes cut to Lanjian. Maybe? A little? Hold on. Hold the phone. Was I right earlier in the chapter when I said Wei Ying was walking in front of Lanjian on purpose so he could admire the view? Like, and knew what Lan Zhan was thinking about it? Let's find out. What does that mean? Wangxian demands. Yeah, Lan Zhan would like to add. What does that mean? Well, Wei Young drawls, licking his lips. I can kind of sense a little of what people are thinking, if I'm pretty close to them. And their emotions, if they're strong. Is that what empathy is? It is, Wan Xiong says, flicking a look at Lan Zhan that makes him tremble. How obvious has he been that even she knows? All this time, he's been trying to control his heart rate, but Wei Ying has had access to his thoughts, his mortifyingly soppy and scandalously horny thoughts. Oh, meltdown in progress. While Lan Zhan prays for self-immolation, Wan Qiang grabs Wei Ying's hand and puts her fingers against his wrist. I don't have a heartbeat anymore, Wei Ying says. She rolls her eyes. I'm checking your core. What? For a moment, Lan Zhan forgets that his every amorous thought has probably been broadcast straight into Wei Ying's brain and crowds in closer. He has a core? A demonic core? Wan Qing says, as if that should have been obvious. Demonic? Wei Young whispers. I'm a demon? Hey, demon, it's me, your boy. Demons? Yes and no. Wan Qiang drops his wrist and goes back to digging through the cabinet. All vampires are descended from a demon. It is his curse that transforms us. For those of us who were born to vampirism, it is passed down through the bloodlines. Lore drop. Lore drop. Lore drop. Born to vampirism, okay. For those like you, it is transmitted through a bite and a transfer of blood. Either way, we bear only a sliver of his power. You were born like this? Wei Young asks. Just the vampire part, she says, smirking. I had to learn the witch part. Wei Young grins back at her, and Lan Zhan has to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from scowling. The Witch and the Doofus. There's the chapter title. The witch and the doofus both turn to him with raised eyebrows, because, of course, they felt that blast of jealousy. Nosy vampire powers are absolutely horrible. Excuse me. Ooh. Thankfully, Wan Qiang continues her strange examination, and Wei Young continues to ask questions. So Lan Zhan has a moment to get himself under control. Maybe Wan Qiang has a spell that will dull his emotions, or at least prevent Wei Ying from noticing them. Or maybe Lan Zhan should just throw himself in a river so that he never has to look at either of them again. Oh no. The secondhand mortification is bad. Ground zero must be awful. Scene break. An hour later, Wangxian is loaded up. No, is loading up Wei Young with what Lan Zhan can't help but think of as a baby vampire care package. What does that contain? I know as soon as I keep reading, we'll find out, but let's play a guessing game. What's in it? I hope he gets the vampire sunscreen that he wanted. I can't think of what else would be in it. Let's find out. This is going to be fun. Okay. This parcel contains reading material about abilities and weaknesses. Helpful. Talisman and meditation techniques to control his hunger. Nice. And most importantly, a medallion that will let him walk in the daylight. The sunscreen. To Lan Zhan, the medallion looks a lot like the one sunburst motif, and he has to bite his cheek again to keep the feelings that spurs under control. Wei Young lifts the medallion from his chest and scowls down at it. Are you sure this little thing will keep me from frying? I'm sure. She's so dumb, Wangxian says. She loads up the rest of the stuff into a plastic grocery bag, which is as hilariously incongruous as it is bad for the environment. But what if the chain breaks? Wei Young asks. It won't. But what if it does? What do I do if this thing just falls off? Run very fast, Wangxian says. Oh, hi Norbert. You wanted to come back out? Hi Norbert. Come here. Come here. What's up? I know you can't be hungry. I just fed you. Are you sad because you lost that bug? I don't know where it went either. That's gonna bother me for a while. Come here. Come here. Oh my god. Don't flip over backwards, you ball. But what if the chain breaks? Oh, where were we? Run very fast. She leads them back to the storefront and an ancient cash register that Lan Zhan had overlooked, given that it is buried behind several stacks of books. His mother would love this place. Love it. Gee, I hope my insurance covers magical medallions, Wei Young grumbles, as Wangxian pokes at the register's keys. I can use the council's card, Lan Zhan says, already reaching for his wallet. Then he pauses, eyeing the antique cash register. Do you take credit cards? Do you take credit cards? The look. Wangxian. Okay, go back inside then. What do you want? Do you want me to come inside? Is it sleepy time? I have to finish reading. Norbert says it's bedtime. I promise, Norbert, I'm almost done. I'm so close to done. I'll be inside in just a minute. The look Wangxian sends him suggests that he is an even greater doofus than Wei Young. Relax, Lan Zhan, Wei Young says, producing his own wallet. I may be the worst vampire ever, but I'm not broke. I can pay for my own magic supplies. I hope. He sends Wangxian a beseeching look. You take cash, right? Not gold coins or rubies or whatever. Wangxian rolls her eyes and gives the register a final stab. 89.99. Whoa, really? That's it? Did I get a first timer's discount? No, Wangxian says flatly. Shrugging, Wei Yun counts out bills and hands them over. Keep the change. If this medallion thingy works, I may send you a gift basket. I look forward to it. Wangxian sorts the bills into the register and closes it with a slam. Then she disappears back through the curtain without even a goodbye or a have a nice day. Such an icon. Love her. Well, might as well test it, right? Wei Young says. And if I burst into flames, I hope that you will avenge me. I would send her a gift basket, Lan Zhan says, but his heart wants to quiver. What if the damned thing doesn't work? Is he really going to trust this vampire witch? This one vampire witch? Wei Young shakes his head sadly. Still abusing me in the final moments before my incineration. He slaps the plastic bag into Lan Zhan's arms and strides to the door. There, he pauses, one hand clutching the medallion. Then he hauls open the door and steps into the alley. Lan Zhan runs to the doorway and watches as Wei Ying tilts back his head and squints into the shards of sunlight that pierce the alley. A smile brighter than the sun breaks across his face. Lan Zhan, he calls. Lan Zhan, it works! I'm not bursting into flames! Laughing, he raises his hands to the sky and twirls around the alley. I am invincible! Doofus. Wei Young. No. He's looking at Wei Young. Doofus, Lan Zhan mutters, but he's smiling. Ridiculous vampire. At least he won't have to risk his life on a cheap umbrella anymore. I'm pretty sure I Am Invincible is supposed to be a pop culture reference that I am not recognizing. I don't think it's gonna be this song either. But the Ecosia search engine sure does think so. Oh? It's also a quote from GoldenEye 1995, the James Bond movie. According to Reddit, it would help if I turn the sound on.
Not hunted. Here comes the hunter. Better luck next time. Slugheads. Bam! Done. I am in.
Okay.
Was it good for you too?
You'll have to tell me, danegen, was that the correct pop culture reference? Doofus. While Wei Ying is distracted by his sunbathing, Lan Zhan heads back through the curtain. Wangxian doesn't seem surprised to see him. Who turned him? Lan asks. She shakes her head and pretends to be busy sorting dried herbs into bundles. I can't be sure. But you have an idea. We know it was the one. The other one. Why would they do this? Turn someone without consent. I don't know. That isn't how it's done. Not since the truce. Even those one don't risk breaking the truce. But what? She drops the herbs and meets his eyes. Wei is strong for one so young, and his abilities. His sire almost has to be someone of high rank. Okay, guesses on who the sire is. I'm gonna go with it was either Wan Chao being an asshole loser and doing his own thing, trying to get his daddy's attention, or one Julio. I think it's Julio. When Julio on someone's orders, which might be Wan Chao again. Probably not one Rohan, though. That is worse than he'd feared. All of this time, he's clung to the hope that whoever did this to Wei Ying was a rogue, maybe even someone who'd been ostracized, someone trying to form their own clan. But if Wangxian is right, how high? She winces. This does not seem like a woman who winces easily. Only a few possibilities, really. Most likely one of one Rohan's sons. For several moments, Lanjan can't find the breath to speak. It makes no sense. What use would one Rohan's sons have for a fledgling? And why would they leave Wei Ying behind? Before he can ask, Wei Ying bounds back inside. Want to hear a conspiracy theory? What if Madame Yu hired one Julio through one Chao to turn Wei Ying into a vampire and leave him to die so she could get rid of him with no blood on her hands? That probably didn't happen, but what if? Wei Ying bounds back inside. It works! He cheers, so excited that he drums his hands on Lanjan's shoulders. Not even a little light singeing. I am a day walker, baby! Good for you, Wangxian says tightly. Please, leave my shop. I don't think it'll replace Have a Nice Day, but it does get the point across. Come on, Lanjan, let's leave the nice witch lady alone before she turns us into toads. Wei Ying grabs Lanjan's wrist and tugs him back into the alley. He keeps tugging until they're free of the alley and standing in full sunlight. That is the stuff right there, Wei Ying says, basking in the warmth. Come to the park with me, Lanjan. I want to play in the sun. Lanjan doesn't argue as Wei Ying pulls him down the street, but all he can think about is Wei Ying unknowingly walking around with the blood of the creature who killed his father flowing through his veins. Pause. Is that his Lan Wangji's father, or Wei Wuxian's father, or both? Based on usage and who's the POV character, probably referring to Lan Zhan's father, but what if it's both? Even besides that, there is no possibility of the one clan simply letting Wei Young be. They will either force him to join their clan or kill him to eliminate the potential threat. Excuse me. An elbow nudges his ribs. Lan Zhan, Wei Young whines. Lan Zhan, you are ruining my joy. I simply cannot stand gloominess on this day, the day of my liberation from the darkness. Hooray, Lan Zhan mumbles. That was sad. You're making me sad, Lan Zhan. Sighing, Lan Zhan drags Wei Young out of the foot traffic and under the awning of a bakery. Wei Young, Wangxian said. Yeah, I heard. Wei Young's smile dims, and he shoves a stray lock of hair behind his ears. Behind his ear. I'm related to the worst of the bad guys, right? But does it really matter? I mean, I'm thinking that Lan Zhan was actually more curious about the things that Wei Young can feel. But okay. But does it really matter? I mean, we know that whoever did this to me was an asshole. Who cares which asshole it was? It matters. Lan Zhan swallows his rage and stares at a rack of croissant as if that will help him mask his emotions. I had hoped that if they found out about you, that they wouldn't see you as important enough to pursue, but they will pursue you. Ah, that is bad. Lan Zhan gets a few moments longer to stare at the bread in grim silence before Wei Young pokes his cheek. Okay, it's bad, but today is still my happy day. You can worry about the bad stuff all you want tomorrow. Now, stop moping at the croissant and buy me a cheesecake. Wow, okay, I'm projecting. That says cupcake. Stop moping at the croissant and buy me a cupcake. Lan Zhan slaps the finger prodding away at his cheek. I'm getting tired. The words are not coming out right. Lan Zhan slaps away the finger prodding at his cheek. You aren't broke. Buy yourself a cupcake. It'll taste better if you buy it for me. Wei Young pouts so dramatically that Lan Zhan lets himself be dragged inside the bakery, where Wei Young insists that Lan Zhan also buy himself a croissant because he made them sad with all the glaring. In revenge, he doesn't tell Wei Young that he has pink frosting on his nose, and Wei Young doesn't notice for 3 entire blocks. You heard it here, folks. Lan Zhan, actual sugar daddy in the bakery. Pink frosting. Who picked the pink cupcake? Was it Wei Young or was it Lan Zhan? Both are funny. Even that can't diminish Wei Young's good mood. This is the last paragraph, Norbert, I swear. No, don't step on the keyboard. Don't knock over my cup. Oh my god, Norbert. Yes, I know. Oh, nice jump. Even that can't diminish Wei Young's good mood. For the space of one sunlit afternoon, Lan Zhan lets himself stop worrying. One afternoon of happiness in the park can't be too much to ask, even if his nose does get sunburned a brighter pink than the frosting. And that's the end of the chapter. This feels like sweet moments before the hammer drops. Notes. Slaps Fic. This bad boy can fit so many living mothers. I renamed Sangse Sanren to Sung, same character, to conceal, Liao to tease. Mama Lan is Jo to save/rescue, Ying Huo, fairy light. I'm not fluent in Mandarin, so please let me know if I've done something silly. Next up, our boys take to the stage. That sounds fun. Okay, I'm literally about to pass out. So, thank you for listening to this episode of Bedtime Stories. I'm so pleased that I was able to finish chapter 5 all in one day. And hopefully, I'll be back with the next chapter soon.